Welcome to the Five Play YouTube channel, Open Mic, number 163. Hello and greetings everyone out there in the live chat that's joined us today. We're going to be doing, we're going to be doing a couple of things. We're going to go back to 2017 and Brendan's case. We're going to listen to the oral arguments that was presented. And then we're going to read the Seventh Circuit's decision that goes through the history and their decision and why they made it, which of course is pretty sickening in my opinion. It's pretty terrible. But, for Brendan, I think that it's just as important that we keep his case and his, attempts to get out of this wrongful conviction, we feel is a wrongful conviction, as much as we can. His options seem to be limited at the moment, but hell, you never know what's going to happen in the future. Anyway, let's get rolling here, and I'll let everyone in the Discord say hello right quick. So anyone that's new, that maybe joined us, that don't know the voice. So let's start with Alice. How you doing, Alice?
Hi, Jack. Hi, everyone on panel. Hi, everyone in chat. Yeah, doing okay. It's a rainy, windy night here in Scotland. It is absolutely chucking it down outside. So just a typical day.
I hear you. Alrighty, thank you, Alice. And next we have Cherie.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Open Mic.
Thanks, Cherie. And then Sister Susan slid in from work.
I did. Hi, everybody. Thanks for coming.
Thanks, Susan. Then JD.
Hi, everybody on panel, and hi, everybody in the chat.
Thanks, Jay. Sister Rhonda.
Hello, everybody on panel, and hello, everybody in the chat, and welcome.
Thank you so much. Then Dr. Silkman. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing well, thank you, Jack61. Still recovering from yesterday's incredible podcast, but thank you so much, and welcome everyone on the panel, and welcome everyone in chat. It's great to be here.
Absolutely, yesterday was a ripper. It really was. And for those that may have questions, I've gotten a few, DMs along the way about, an official rebuttal, which it's going to happen. It's going to be a few weeks before we, do that. It's not to say that we won't talk about convicting a murderer, because I think we should as we go along. So, yeah, it's coming, our official, but it's going to take us a few episodes, I think, to cover everything and go do our dismantling of each episode. I think that's the proper way to do it, of what we see and what we understand. If somebody, again, I got the question, I think I answered a question on Twitter earlier about what I thought about convicting a murderer. And, if somebody asked me right now what I've taken away from it, it's mainly hearsay. They played some news broadcasts and they showed a few documents, but mainly it's been hearsay and I guess and maybe, and going back 40 years to basically crucify Stephen, and then they've already went after Brendan a little bit, and I'm sure there's more coming on that. But so far they skipped many things. Specifically Cuss Road. They went from episode 5. They went from November 6th directly to November 8th. They didn't go do anything on the day of Cuss Road. At least not yet. We'll see. Anyway, so this recording. Let me get it on screen here.
While you're doing that, Jack, I'll just shout out to the people in chat.
Yeah, please do.
We've got Iced Coffee. Hi, Iced Coffee. It looks like Iced Coffee was the first one in. And then we've got JD. We've got Anthony D. We've got Kelly McCallion. We've got Gloria. We've got our friend Wooden Pallet Pete Moss. We've got Passive Bear. We've got our lovely Dark Side of the Moon. Josh Rhonda's in chat as well. We've got Gloria. We've got Susan. Oh, we've got Galataki. Hey, Galataki. Long time no see. We have Graham Moss. Hi, Graham Moss. Nice to see you. We've got Neverly Darling, who is driving, so is just listening at the moment. Hello, my dear. We've got Ronald D. Cass. Hi, Ronald. We've got I Love Trump in chat. Hi there. They says, if Kathleen Zellner can get something done with Stephen, then Brendan should automatically follow, I would think. Yes, that's what we would all think, but that's not necessarily what will happen, I'm afraid. And that's not fair at all. So let's see, who else have we got? We've got Nan's Life 7. Hi, Nan's Life. We've got the lovely Cher. We've got James Crane. Hi, Yoga. Nice to see you. We've got Andy B in chat. Hi, Andy B. Great to see you. And I think that's all there is for now. If I've missed you, I do apologise. If you put another wee hello in chat, we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
There we go. Okay, this recording, I use an older app. It's mirrored for whatever reason on YouTube. I don't know why. I don't have any way to turn that around, but basically, the first 3 minutes, you can't, it's probably hard to read for because it's mirrored and backwards. First 3 minutes, they had some lawyers that got swore in, and so I skipped that part, and I've rolled on up to where they're actually fixing to start. We will probably pause a couple of times to discuss. If anybody on panel or in the live chat wants me to stop, just put stop, or if you have a question, we'll pause and answer, I'm sure, a couple of times. But this recording, we've got basically not quite an hour of this recording with these various arguments with, I think it's Dittman and then of course Laura Nyrider. So unless there's questions, I've been kind of trying to look. I haven't seen really any questions yet. This is hard to listen to, given what is said. It's really pretty nauseating for me, but and pretty sickening, I know. But it is what it is, and we have to face it and move forward as best we can. Hopefully, something Brendan will break for Brendan's case in the future. We'll just have to wait and see. You never know. You never know where something's going to happen. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and start the recording, and we'll listen to a few minutes. And if I hear something that I really don't like, I probably will pause it, and we'll talk for a minute and move forward. All right, here we go.
We are now ready to hear our case for this morning, Brendan Dassey against Michael Dittman. And we will begin with Mr. Berg. And Mr. Berg, I have to tell you that unfortunately the General Services Administration turned the power off in this building over the weekend, and they couldn't get the podium lights to work this morning, so we will have cards, I think the old-fashioned way. I'd be glad to remind you when you get to your rebuttal time if you would like me to do that.
I would appreciate that.
Oh, certainly. So you may proceed.
Good morning, and may it please the court. Brendan Dassey confessed because his guilt became unbearable. What he and Avery did to Teresa was horrific. And
what happened to Teresa was certainly horrific, but isn't the issue before it? Well, there are two issues before us, as I take it. One is whether the confession that you have put together from the various things that Dassey said was, from a constitutional point of view, voluntary, or to put it more accurately, whether the state court determination that it was voluntary was a reasonable assessment. And secondly, the effectiveness of counsel that he received from Mr. Kaczynski, who was representing the victim's family, it seems. So no one questions the terrible nature of this murder. How could you? But whether Mr. Dassey was responsible for it or whether he just went after the fire was lit is a serious question.
Absolutely. The investigators just nudged the confession out of Dassey. They took
nudge, really?
Absolutely. They took numerous precautions to protect against
What was Mr. Dassey's IQ?
His most recent IQ test was 83 or 81 at trial. But the investigators
took... There was some evidence that it was 74.
That was when he was 7 years old. The next test he took was 76. The next one was 78. And the most recent tests, when he was 16 or 17, was 83.
And he was 16 when he was being questioned by the officers?
That's right. He was 16 years old.
Of
and the investigators took... Sorry.
And the fact that he was 16 years old, what I'd like to ask you, Mr. Berg, is how was the state appellate court's analysis any different than an analysis that would be applied to an adult with ordinary intellectual capabilities?
The Court of Appeals mentioned Dassey's age. They mentioned Dassey's mental capabilities. They quoted the test almost...
Well, if it's true that a state court analysis can be that cursory or, give no reason at all with it just mentioning his age.
And because his age, as Judge Rovner is pointing out, there's supposed to be special care given to his age in terms of the analysis. And so where can you point me to in a decision where we can see that his age was given special care other than the passing reference?
The idea that the Wisconsin Court of Appeals failed to consider a factor that it took care to mention 2 paragraphs before its analysis strange credulity. That's almost a direct quote from the Supreme Court in Early v. Packer. The Ninth Circuit reversed a conviction on the theory that the state court hadn't considered a factor that the Ninth Circuit had mentioned in its fact
Look, what
section.
they did basically was merely mention his age and his low IQ. Is that sufficient care and caution? Where was the application of the special care standard?
The court quoted the standard directly from the Supreme Court. It mentioned all of
it, but how did it approach it?
It went through what it considered to be all of the relevant factors. It mentioned them briefly. That's true, but that is the state court's prerogative. Courts of appeals frequently do that.
Isn't it also correct, Mr. Berg, that the state court cited other state court opinions which elaborated on that standard, in particular in juvenile cases, in much more detail?
That's exactly right. And the Wisconsin Court of Appeals also said that it was basing its finding on the trial court's opinion, and the trial court was much more thorough. It went through all of the relevant factors thoroughly. So this idea that it failed to actually consider the totality of the circumstances is outlandish, quite frankly.
Well, no, it's not outlandish at all. This case is very much like Brumfield against Kane from the Supreme Court, where somebody with a great number of limitations is pressured, and a person with a literal cast of mind being told, if you tell us the truth will make you free, a rather biblical allusion, of course, we know, and being told as many times as Dassey was, if you just work with us, everything will be fine, leading up to his saying, can I go to my 6th period class, suggests that there were false promises of lenience.
As we argued in our brief, courts have consistently held that there has to be a very specific offer for there to be a false promise of leniency.
But that's for a competent adult. I think this is where we're intersecting with the youth and the mental limitations, I'll just call it that. There's plenty of evidence, whether he's in the bottom 5% or the bottom 8%, whatever. But I believe that the standards that you're referring to are the reasonable adult standard, and the court has said in other cases that juveniles are not adults. Juveniles need a different test.
Absolutely, that's right. But it's a totality of the circumstances test.
And here, the totality of circumstances show he was told at least 28 times during the interview that everything was okay, that they already knew the truth, and it wasn't his fault. 28 times.
They also took numerous precautions to protect against Dassey misunderstanding anything they said.
Could you tell us what precautions they took?
Absolutely. They began the very first interview by telling Dassey, You can leave at any time, and you don't have to answer any of our questions. They
Could I
repeated
just
that.
ask, and because you mentioned the first interview, when we think of the totality of his interactions with the police officers, he sees these same officers on a couple of occasions, twice, and I believe it's the February 27th interview, then the March 1st interview. Shouldn't we evaluate his interactions with them on the basis of all of that, if we're really doing the totality?
Absolutely.
Okay,
And that's why I'm recounting
so if he
some
makes
of
a
the
promise, so if Officer Fassender makes a promise of lenience in even one of the earlier ones, that's a problem.
I think that would be relevant, yes.
Yeah, so
But
then in that February 27th, they actually said they were not acting as officers, but instead as fathers. So doesn't that confuse their roles and imply leniency to an intellectually or emotionally limited juvenile?
No.
Why not?
As I said, they warned Dassey he can leave at any time, and anything he said can be used against him. They repeated that warning throughout. At the end of that first interview, after making multiple...
So the fact that they said that they were acting as if they were his fathers, that doesn't have any bearing on it.
I think
Is that what you're
it's a
saying?
factor, certainly, but it doesn't force the conclusion that his confession was involuntary.
Is it correct?
At the end,
Is it correct that Dassey told the police officers during the course of these interviews that his uncle had told him not to talk to the police?
Yes, that's right.
And I've forgotten the role that Avery's lawyer played in that, but that was one of his accounts. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. Mm-hmm. I also want to point out that at the end of the very first interview, after making multiple vague assurances very similar to the ones they made on March 1st, the officers asked Dassey specifically. They said, "Did we make you any promises?" Dassey said, "Yes, that I could leave whenever I wanted, and I didn't have to answer any of your questions." I think that's pretty strong evidence that he didn't hear any promises from their sort of vague statements.
But how do we take the, can I go back to school? I mean, the kinds of things that they were eliciting from him with quite a bit of work, as Judge Rovner's opinion certainly amply documented. Most people who commit murder, dismemberment, and destruction of a corpse don't think they're just going to go back to school and turn in their sixth period project.
It's a good place to pause right there. I think she said a real mouthful. I don't know what you all think, but when during that interview, that specific interview, and he asked Uyghur or Fassbender, whichever the hell one it was, "Hey, when do you think I'm gonna get done here?" Basically, I gotta go back to school. Well, why? Well, I got a project I gotta turn in for sixth period. How do you get from what Brendan said to he thought he was going to be able to leave? He had no idea what he had just done. No clue.
What is incredible is that these two female judges are actually showing common sense, as in they've carefully evaluated the situation, they've looked at the gravity of what happened to Teresa Halbach, and the mere factor that it never occurred to Brendan that this was one of the most serious transgressions you can ever do to another human being, and his only concern was getting back to school. Now, how come these two judges can see the bleeding obvious, and yet Fassbender and Uyghur, Kratz, Ballin, Gahn could not? That's what I cannot understand.
Well, I mean, they had to support this conviction. I mean, that's all I got, Doc, because if Brendan's case gets thrown out, that severely cripples Avery's case, and we know that. Cripples it.
Oh, correct. The investigators knew that Brendan Dassey essentially was Stephen's alibi.
Yep.
So they had to basically hold on to him and make sure that he never left, and they had to get a conviction that was so critical.
Yep.
Were there 7 judges or 5?
7.
Okay, I thought.
4 that overruled basically, and I didn't say this at the beginning, but let's cover the history here just briefly. Now Ryder and Drizzen turned in this habeas motion, and Judge Duffin gets it. He studies the entire thing for a year, basically. He dismantles everything that happened in totality. He returns his decision and order. You got to let him go within 90 days or retry him. Regardless, this is thrown out. I'll see what they've done. It's out. Of course, the state flapped their wings, and Brad Schimmel almost had 14 heart attacks, emergency motions, and blah, blah, blah. And they were actually trying to get Brendan out on bail or on bond, and they wouldn't. They absolutely had a conniption fit over that one. Anyway, so of course, they appeal it right away. Well, it goes before the Seventh Circuit. Now, the Seventh Circuit Court, there's different circuits around the country. That's federal court. Wisconsin's covered by the Seventh Circuit. Depending on where you live, it's probably covered by a different circuit. Anyway, because the number of cases that they get, there's basically supposed to be, I think, 12 or I can't remember the number if it's a full bench. I think it's 12, but it could be more. But anyway, it wasn't a full bench. And you'll see when we get to the paperwork part, there were 2 judges that weren't part of this en banc for whatever reason. I don't know why they didn't participate. Maybe it'll tell. It's in a footnote, I think. Anyway, they divide up into 3 panel judges to take on the sheer number of cases that come before them so they can get 3 more cases. This 3 panel judge, once the appeal went through, this 3 panel judge, they took the case, studied Rover's decision and why, and it was 2-1 to uphold that decision. So now we have 2 wins. In my opinion, there's 2 wins here for Now Ryder and Drizzen. Of course, the state, Brad Schimmel somehow gets this extremely, people don't understand how rare the en bancs are. They're extremely rare. And how that happened, I think I'm not trying to bring politics in this, guys. I'm not. I think it was purely political.
I do too, Jack.
Yep. I think he was able to maneuver that, and he knew that these 4 judges would dissent. And because he said as much. Doc has talked about this before many times. That he said as much. It just depends on what judges you get or something to that effect. I don't remember the exact words. So it goes to the en banc, which means basically that the 3 panel judge decision it just evaporates. And I just cannot understand that in our system. There was not one thing new introduced in this en banc that hadn't already been argued. Not one thing. The only thing that changed was the judges introducing these other judges into this whole equation. And to me, that just spells disaster. To me, it's double jeopardy. I'm sorry, but it is. I can't get around that. I know, probably Sheree has a different take on that, but nothing changed. So how's it not double jeopardy? That's what double jeopardy is. You can't be retried for the same offense twice. And basically, I know it wasn't a trial, but that's basically what they did. Anyway, I'm going to drag on. I'll get mad as hell and quit. So basically, they got this ultra rare en banc. These other judges came in, said, nope, we're upholding the state's original decision. And it's like none of this other stuff ever happened. And I think it's absolute trash. It makes me ashamed of our system because that shouldn't be allowed to happen. The state's next option after the 3 panel decision should have been the U.S. Supreme Court. You either uphold your 3 panel judge system or you do away with it. One of the 2. It can't be both. Because now we have kind of this option in our hip pocket if we don't like. And I'm talking about it doesn't matter if the defendant wins or the state wins. I don't care. You do it one way or you do it the other. Not both. Because that's kind of like. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead, Sheree.
I'm just going to say I can't imagine that if a defendant like Brendan, I don't think the judge made the right decision. I want an en banc, a defendant couldn't get away with that. So the state shouldn't either.
Exactly. That's exactly right, Sheree. I think it was just a purely political thing that Schimmel was able to wink, wink, nudge, nudge, get done. So anyway, any more comments before I run off the mouth here? Because I get so damn mad about it. I know others do too. Alice?
I agree with you, Jack. I think it was political as well. I think Schimmel knew that if he could get it in front of these certain judges, especially that Hamilton, he knew it wasn't going to go very far, which I don't think should be right. It shouldn't happen that way. It really shouldn't. And I mean, that lawyer for the state, I mean, I just want to punch him. I really, really do. The way he talks. Yeah. The way he talks about how they didn't coerce him. I mean, especially when she says, one of the judges says, 28 times he was told it's going to be all right, and he would thought that was leniency. That's exactly what Brendan thought, And that's why he turned round and says, after what he just told them, he turned round and says, am I going to be able to go back to school because I've got a project due at the 6th hour? It's ridiculous. It's disgusting.
Yeah, what person would think after they've admitted to all this stuff that they were going to be able to do anything except get put in handcuffs?
Yep, exactly. And it went to the Supreme Court and they denied it. When it comes to something like this, they shouldn't be able to deny it. You know what I mean? And that's just my opinion. When it's something as serious as this, a young boy being coerced by cops that should know better, they should have took this case. They should have. Period.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that if there's an en banc option, I'm sorry, Susan, if there's an en banc that happens in any of the circuit courts, it's an automatic that the Supreme Court's going to take the case. Go ahead, Susan.
I agree. It should be. And apparently the Supreme Court has not looked at this issue for a very long time, and it was the right time for it. And I believe that decision on their part was also political.
Yep.
Somebody got to him and said, do me a favor.
Yep. That's the only way I see it, because I don't remember who pulled up the statistics, but I mean, if you go back like 15, 20 years on the 7th Circuit, I think that, well, there was one year they didn't have any, but the overall percentage is like less than 0.1% some years. There was a couple of years that it was a little bit more, but not much.
Well, Sapper says that it's only up to 2% that the Supreme Court looks at.
Yep.
At end cases, it's only 2%.
Yeah, it's very low. Yep.
Aye. So if they've got 60 cases in front of them, they look at 2% of that.
There's a comment here by Sphere. Says, I've been listening to all of the BD interviews, but not the one at the hotel. I've been reading them also, and it's no doubt that that Wiegert and Fackbender totally tricked BD to say what they wanted him to say. Yeah, that's true. Well, here's the thing, Sphere. There is no recording of the interview at Fox Hills at the hotel. At least none that we've been able to get. They said their equipment malfunctioned and wouldn't work, which I can't prove it, and I don't really want to throw innuendo out there, but I don't believe it at all. And if it didn't work, then why didn't they go back down to HQ or run to Walmart and get another recorder? They're just not
total BS.
Yeah,
total
I agree.
Fucking BS.
Yeah, they seem to have all kinds of problems with electronic material that, just disappears, or something doesn't work, or, they just can't find it. It's ridiculous, these games they play with this kind of stuff. So, yeah,
JPS
go ahead.
has a really interesting comment. He says, one of the first things Luke Berg said was Brendan wanted to unburden himself.
Yeah.
Show me in the interview where Brendan showed any emotion at all. Not upset, not crying, nothing.
Right. And this was kind of one of Fallon's kind of lines, I think, during trial, and maybe in other statements he made that, basically Brendan was so upset about this, he had to get it off his chest. It's complete bullshit.
Yeah,
It is.
Can I just make the comment, Jack
Please.
61?
Please.
It's going to be very interesting the way convicting a murderer handles Brendan Dassey, because so far in the 4 episodes that we've seen, the very first 4, they were basically giving the impression that Stephen Avery was such a vicious, nasty person with a terrible background, right? And hence he has to be a killer. Well, Brendan Dassey has never had a criminal record. He's never done anything wrong at school. He's never been in trouble with the law. He's the complete polar opposite, right? So it'll be very interesting the way they try and present Brendan Dassey as going from zero to being a rapist and a murderer. The whole thing is patently stupid, ridiculous. And those 2 female judges that were really getting stuck into Luke Berg, they finally saw the fallacy and the stupidity of the situation. And Luke Berg is just a mini version of Brad Schimmel. A complete mini version of Brad Schimmel.
Yep, I agree. Like a minion.
Yep.
Okay, Alice, Susan, Rhonda, Cherie, any other questions or anything we need to get to before we move forward? Let's see, there's some comments, but I didn't see any questions.
I love Trump says, and then there's the issue of being forced to draw a picture that you're sitting there saying, but it didn't happen.
Oh, yeah, with O'Kelly? Yeah, well,
interview.
it's terrible what O'Kelly and Kaczynski put Brendan through. They weren't they weren't trying to help him. They were trying to bury him. And they destroyed his case. They destroyed it before, Kaczynski got kicked up. That's a whole other issue we'll get into now of what he did.
Yeah.
Or what they did. It wasn't just Kaczynski. O'Kelly was there right up the law enforcement's ass too, and the state. Sending them, copying them on emails on everything that they were doing. Go ahead, Doc.
Well, that is the issue. That's the fundamental issue that we mustn't forget. And that is Kaczynski had assumed that Stephen Avery was guilty of the brutal murder of Teresa Halbach. So he came from a position of saying, okay, Stephen did this. Hence, Brendan was basically coerced by Stephen to commit the crimes that he did. Rather than protecting his client and saying, okay, let's get to the bottom of this, Kaczynski already started with the notion that Stephen was guilty. Brendan Dassey was an assistant. The question is, how can we minimize the impact for Brendan and give him a plea deal, get 20 years, he'll go home, he can live his life. Instead of saying, okay, I'm going to actually defend my client. No, he's actually talking to the media prior to talking to Brendan, which means that Brendan is already behind the 8 ball.
That's right. I did a study on that, actually, of the material that we had at the time. This has been probably 4 years ago, 5 years ago. I made a post on Reddit. Basically, from the time Kaczynski got the case, I think it was around the 7th of March, 2006, after his first lawyer, I can't think of his name, but he suddenly, huh?
Is that Hagopian?
No, that was Avery's appeal lawyer, one of his first appeal lawyers.
Oh.
No, Ron Zaleski, or I'd have to look it up.
It was a distant cousin to Teresa. Yeah,
no, like a third cousin. Yeah, like he didn't.
Yeah, right.
How could he not know? How could he not know? I'm sorry, I don't believe that.
Oh.
Anyway, Kaczynski against the case, I think around the 7th of March. Between the 7th of March and I think around the 1st of April, maybe 2nd, he did 25 media interviews, either radio or television or newspaper. 25. I think he finally took a break there at the end of March and actually did a little bit of work, but he wasn't interested in trying to find the truth. You can read that in all the material that we have. And O'Kelly, this guy's a snake. This guy is a complete snake, what he did. Just disgusting.
I can tell you exactly how Cam is going to handle Brendan's story. It's Kratz's story. It's Brenda's story. Stephen coerced him. They believe he raped and helped, and they think he should have taken the plea deal. And it's
probably
the family's fault that he didn't. I would bet money on it that is what they're presenting.
I wonder if they'll play any of Anjanette Levy's unaired interview that she did with Brendan. She tried so hard to get and getting permission, and ultimately they did.
No, of course not.
No.
If you remember last night when I said about the attitude of Cam and the way they're going about it and everything like that, with that Candice Owens and that going on talk shows and, you know, saying that Brendan came forward and saying about Moira and Laura being lesbians and then somebody calling them a bitch and everything like that. The attitude absolutely stinks because the episode that they're doing for Brendan, they are sick, and I'm going to say it, and I'm not going to apologise for my language either. They are sick motherfuckers because they are airing Brendan's episode on Brendan's fucking birthday.
Yep. On his birthday. That's right.
That, to me, is below the belt, and it is disgusting.
Which, Doc, which podcast was it that that dude called the filmmakers bitches?
It was Dr. Drew.
Dr. Drew.
And when he said it, he sort of like stopped and looked and he said, "Oops, I'm very, very sorry." And it goes to show that this incredible mob mentality that Candace and Brenda Schuller are now spreading to fuel outrage. For someone like Dr. Drew, who's normally fairly level-headed as far as I'm aware, to make statements like that against two filmmakers, I mean, so what? It's their sexual preference has got nothing to do with anything. And for Candace to start calling them lesbians and all sorts of stuff, it's very derogatory, below the belt, and I do agree with Alice. It is actually quite shameful.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know, he says it and then apologizes later. You know, and he's a grown man. He knew what he was doing. It was intentional. That's just terrible. It's just absolutely terrible.
He did it. He did it. Plain, straight, and simple. That was exactly what he was on his mind at that precise point in time. You know, and for him to come out and supposed to be a professional, you know what I mean? Coming out and saying that. I mean, you don't see Laura and Moira out there now. You know what I mean? Spreading opinions and I thinks and possibles and maybes and all the rest of it. They done their documentary. They got their point out that they were trying to get out is that Wisconsin is a corrupt state from the top to the bottom. Yes, they won awards after that and everything like that, but that is it. You know what I mean? They've not been coming out and gone on podcasts and everything. Like they maybe done interviews and things like that at the when Mom first came out, which is fair enough, you know. But they're not sitting on the interviews and calling people bastards or dicks or bitches or, oh my God, they're lesbians. You know what I mean? They just don't. And that's what puts these two women in a completely, and Mom, on a completely different class spectrum than what Cam will ever be.
Yeah, you know, for me, Making a Murder, it did explain a lot, but it forced me to ask questions. That's really what it did. Because I think the filmmakers truly couldn't answer a lot of those questions that we see. There's still real problems with both cases. But I wanted to read this before we continued. Passive Bear asked, is it true Brendan told Barb they did a practice video? Think of the video in your head, they told Brendan. Well, there's a phone call to answer that question. There's a phone call of one of Brendan's jail calls, which we didn't publish. where they were talking about this video, and apparently there's something that that Brendan had told Barb during a visit, that prior to them turning on the video camera, they did a practice run. And she said, "Don't you remember?" And Brendan clearly didn't want to talk about it on the phone. He knew it was recorded. He didn't want to talk about it on the phone. And she said, "Don't you remember? You told me they made you practice prior to them turning on the video camera." So if that's true and that was ever proved, that could be real problems for the state of Wisconsin and what really happened in that March 1st coercion session, I'll call it. Anyway. Any more questions or whatever we need to get to before we continue?
In chat says, I watched Daily Wire review of episode 4 from yesterday, and it was said Cam isn't about the guilt of Stephen and Brendan, that it's about the deceit of Mam. What a crack of shit.
Well,
what
I mean,
is the purpose to call it Cam?
Yeah, that was one of the things that, that they did talk about early on when making convicting a murderer. It was, what Mam didn't show you and blah, blah, blah. Well, it had nothing to do with the Halbach case, which was really where we're at. And it's really ridiculous. Filmmakers can't show everything. They just can't. You'd have a 1,000-hour video and you still couldn't show everything, or series of videos.
And not only that, Jack, I mean, especially for newcomers and that are coming in and joining us, even if they're not in chat and they're just lurking in the background but listening, what you're seeing in Scam, because it's a scam, what you're seeing in that, these interviews and that you're seeing and what they're trying to make you swallow are at least 4 years old. So
yeah,
we have done plenty, as Doc said. I think it's over 200 podcasts since these interviews and that have been done, and the amount of stuff that we have found out with FOIA and documents and reading through things and everything like that. Not everything is going to match up. So please, all I can suggest to the newcomers and that is there, if you're watching Scam and you've watched Mam, please go to the Foul Play website. You'll get all the documents that we've got there, transcripts, trials transcripts, post-convictions,
pre-trial documents, audio,
pre-trial
photos.
documents, photos, everything. Go and do more research, because the things that you're seeing in Scam is like 4 years ago. I'd see the point if it was more up to date, but it's not. And the amount of things that have came out since then is an awful lot. So please do your research. Go and don't just take Mam's word for it, and don't just take Scam's word for it. Don't even take our word for it. All we are doing is bringing you the fact. Do your research yourself. It's free to go to the Foul Play website and find every document that you can that's there. That's what I would say to everybody.
Yeah, and a lot of what's said in Scam is hearsay. That they're not proving it with documentation. It's just people talking, like Earl and Candy and even Candace Owens, I think, and maybe he, and I guess, and it's not backed up by documentation. And
and it's disgruntled people, Jack. It's not like it's just people. You know what I mean? It's disgruntled people.
Yeah.
That are interviewing,
Yeah.
And quite frankly, Earl Avery should be ashamed of himself.
He should. It's like this what allegedly happened to Bear, Avery dragging him down the road. There's nothing to back that up. Nothing. So
no, because if that was known, you're guaranteed it would. If that had happened, it would have came out in Mam. You know what I mean? Because cracks in that would have spread it everywhere. It's just like the computer. If that computer search stuff was on Stephen Avery's computer, it would have been all over. It would have been on every news station, every paper. You know what I mean? So to me, Candy, Errol, they've got a pole up their arse and they just can't shift it. And that is the problem. You know what I mean? They're disgruntled.
Absolutely. All right, unless there's more questions, let's get back to it. We're not very far in before I stopped it. Got pissed off and had to stop. So let's listen to a bit more. Let's listen to a bit more, and we'll pause again here in a few minutes, I'm sure. So here we go.
Most people, if they saw what Dassey saw, wouldn't have participated.
Well, but I'm just saying, doesn't that tell you that he is just a person who doesn't get it? They told him, if you talk to us, everything is going to be fine. We have your back. We're your father. Promises are made.
I think those statements show, at most, that Dassey doesn't understand how awful it is to rape and murder someone.
Yeah, was he aware that his mother said it was all right for him to talk to you?
Absolutely. The officers asked both his mother and him for permission. They offered to let her sit in on the second interview. Both he and her declined. For the March 1st interview, they again asked both him and his mother for permission. They Mirandized him multiple times. In the second interview, they Mirandized him on the March 1st interview. They repeated those warnings before they started asking questions.
Mr. Berg, what, if anything, should we make of the fact that in March of this year, one of the nation's largest police consulting firms, the one that trains officers in Chicago, New York, and federal agencies, has said that it's tossing out the Reed technique, the one that was used here, the interrogation technique used in this case, because of the high risk of false confessions. Do you take that into consideration at all?
Barely. The Constitution does not incorporate what a particular organization thinks are best practices. And just because that one organization thinks they are best practices doesn't mean that they in fact are best practices.
One institution that is now training the large city police forces and federal agencies. It's meaningless, right?
It's one organization among many. And this is a case that has obviously garnered a lot of attention. So the fact that they used it to get some attention of their own, I think should not be given a whole lot of weight.
Can you give me the fact that they did not feed him? I mean, think of trying to get him to talk about that she was shot in the head. It's like a 20 questions game. I cut her hair. I slit her throat. You punched her. And finally he says, oh, come on, who shot her in the head? Over and over, the facts are given by the police officers to Dassey, and Dassey agrees with what they said.
Absolutely.
Until he goes out and talks to his mother and says, I didn't really do it. They got into my head.
I'll give you two very important details. Two details that he provided that weren't even suggested by the question that was asked of him. So early on, Dassey said that Avery put Teresa in the back of the truck. They asked him, was she dead? And he said, yes. And they said, Dassey, how do you know that? At that point, he realizes.
Yep.
My comment is that's the essence right there regarding the Reed technique. You don't have to go any further. You got your answer right there, which meant that what they were protecting was the use of the Reed technique in terms of using it to interrogate people, including young children like Brendan Dassey. The mere fact that Berg basically stated, no, we didn't consider it. It's only one team's opinion. And the judge said, you mean the one that is training police officers doesn't believe that it's a good idea to use the Reed technique? And the fact that Berg basically scoffed it off, that there is the essence of all the issues in this case in regards to Brendan Dassey. The mere fact that they're not prepared to listen to experts, they're not prepared to admit that the Reed technique is no good under certain circumstances, and the team that invented the read technique even said as such. Berg completely ignored it, didn't want to hear about it. This is the problem, because it's regarded as law, it's regarded as legal, and too bad if there are consequences, and individuals like Brendan Dassey and others suffer for it. This is the reason why the system is corrupt and cannot be fixed until it's completely jettisoned, burnt to the ground, and start again.
Yeah, or, I think that holding people accountable to what's actually in the books, because there's, using these techniques, these psychological games, which is exactly what they did to Brendan. They messed with him many times. And the mere fact of what that judge was talking about, they flim-flammed around, and that would have, if that was something that he had really witnessed, that would have been the first thing out of his mouth. They fed it to him. It's so ridiculous. And when Barb came in, finally they let her in there, and he says they got in my head. He starts recanting. What'd they do? They tear the damn door off the hinges, getting back in there so he wouldn't continue talking to his mom and telling him what they did to him. He just
leave that bit out in court.
Yeah.
It's disgusting what they did. They fed him all the important details.
They did.
And the fact that every time that Wayne said that nothing happened, no, it didn't happen, they're, just tell us the truth. We know
well,
you.
We know you're lying. We know you're lying, Brendan.
Yeah, we know, Brendan. We know the truth, Brendan. So just tell us the truth, Brendan. And every time they said that was when Brendan turned round and said something that they didn't like or they didn't want. And I seen a conversation in chat about the bit about Brendan being told about the video. You hear Fassbender in the interview saying to Brendan, remember the video, Brendan? Picture it in your head. He actually says that. So what video? You know what I mean? What video are they wanting that way to picture in their head?
Yep, that's right. And your memory doesn't really work like that. That's not the way memory really works. So,
especially Brendan's.
When he asked Barb, what'll happen if Stephen says something different, like that didn't really happen or something?
Right.
Yeah. Sure.
He even said in one conversation, if I did, a little bit of this, like burning brush or helping him clean up the garage, how much time will I get for that?
Right.
He completely did not understand it all. He just didn't.
That's the little bit that he did do. I did a little bit.
Yeah.
Of it.
That's the context part that always gets taken out of context by the other side.
Yep.
Always.
Yep.
So, all right. Anything else for us? I'll back up one click and keep it going. Good to go? Okay.
We're fine.
Okay.
Yes. And they said, Dassey, how do you know that? At that point, he realizes that he's been caught in a lie. And quite logically, but unexpectedly, he says, well, I was biking and I could hear it. They're like, what? Hear what? Screaming.
But there had been huge publicity about this case.
There wasn't publicity about her screaming, help me.
He knows that she's dead, right? As of the time of these 2 or 3 interviews. Everybody in the United States knows that she's dead by the time of these interviews.
Yes, that's true.
Right?
But he provided a lot of detail that he could not possibly have gotten from anywhere. I think the most telling examples are his memories of Teresa. He remembers her screaming, help me, and how she looked, naked and chained up to the bed. He remembered her crying.
But they feed him that. I mean, that's not something that initially, in fact, there are contradictions in his accounts. The contradictions are rife.
They didn't feed him the fact that she was handcuffed to the bed. That was.
But they did. And not only that, there's not one molecule of Teresa that they found in that bedroom. Not one. On March 1st and 2nd, they came in and dismantled that room, and they didn't find anything. So
there's no crime scene anywhere on that property.
No.
Anywhere.
No.
Yeah, but it's actually worse than that. For a start, it was Mama Avery that delivered the mail. It wasn't Brendan Dassey. And also remember, Brendan Dassey got off the bus with his brother Blaine right next to the mailboxes. And are you trying to tell me that a young kid is going to walk past the mailboxes, go all the way home, and then decide to go all the way back and pick up the mail? Right. Knock on Stephen's door. Hears a woman screaming and comes in. And what's the first thing he does? Sits down and drinks a soda. Yeah, right. And the other thing, of course, the other blatant error is that Brendan Dassey got the entire bedroom's orientation completely wrong.
He did.
Completely wrong. And the investigators knew it. And I put up a little post on X demonstrating with photographs and documents that the investigators knew that what Brendan Dassey stated to them was impossible. There's no way that Brendan could have seen Teresa Halbach chained up to a bed looking down the passageway, because the bed was actually under the gun rack. Brendan drew every element of the room incorrect. Now, the argument might be, oh, well, Stephen Avery changed his whole bedroom. But they would have noted that. They would have noted changes in the divots in the carpet. And how in the hell is Stephen going to move dust so that the room looked exactly as it was? Quite clearly, Brendan had no clue, no idea of what had occurred to Teresa Halbach. And I can't believe that here we have arguments by allegedly intelligent people basically recalling fantasy and them not fact-checking, thinking, well, what backs up this narrative? And the answer is nothing. Zero.
That's right, Doc. Nothing. Not one thing. There is no, there's nothing. And, you know, it's not for the lack
Fake
of looking.
bullet. The fake bullet.
Yep. The dust-free bullet that they found.
With
but they didn't.
wood and paint.
That's right. Nothing. And then, of course, you know, they asked him about going under the hood. I don't know if that'll come up in this oral arguments or not. I can't remember. But, you know, that allowed them to, and it was Queso that did the deswabbing on the hood latch. It wasn't the crime lab. It was Calumet County that did that. I don't know if everybody knows that or not, but I mean, I think everybody in Discord, we knew it. But it wasn't the crime lab that did that.
Yeah, who tested it though?
Well, it was the crime. I think it was the crime lab that actually tested it, but it was Calumet County that sent them the swabs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, all right, I'll back it up one click and we'll continue.
Agents are rife.
They didn't feed him the fact that she was handcuffed to the bed. That was another.
But there's no evidence that she was either. They
found handcuffs in the bedroom.
But they didn't.
Does that mean? Does that lead to this?
Well, I will note
they
that
found handcuffs in the bedroom.
I will note that the question of whether there was enough evidence is a question for the jury. Habeas is not a license for federal courts to play backup jury.
When we try to evaluate whether it was voluntary and whether some of this information was new or fresh, we can look at the corroborating circumstances around it, can't we? And that can certainly have some bearing on it, on the question.
I don't think you can. No, the Supreme Court has consistently said that reliability is a question for the jury. It's not something you consider on voluntariness. So there is a good answer. There's a lot of corroborating evidence in this case, but that's not something you consider in a habeas case.
Well, but so here we have to think of the theory that we're operating under. There's some discussion in both the briefs and the district court opinion of both D1 and D2. And In a D2 case, you are, in fact, looking at the evidence, which is why I mentioned earlier the Brumfield case, which is a square ruling by the Supreme Court of the United States relatively recently, finding an unreasonable determination of the facts in light of the evidence presented in the state court proceeding. It's an Atkins claim, but it doesn't matter. It's a 2254 D2 claim. So I think we do have to look at the evidence here. But actually, I want you for a minute, if you just take 2 minutes of your argument time to discuss the ineffectiveness of Mr. Kaczynski, since the district court is obviously horrified by that. The state courts are horrified by his behavior. They remove him from the case. And he actually says at some point, I consider myself to be representing the victims. So why doesn't that fall within the Kyler against Sullivan conflict of interest rubric?
What Kaczynski did is absolutely indefensible. We haven't defended it. But
so
he was
he's
removed.
Not representing his, it's as though it's worse than having no lawyer at all. He would have been better off pro se. He would have been better off with somebody who was not helping either the victim's family or the prosecution.
He was removed 8 months before trial.
But the harm was done. The
That's
harm
right.
in the term, you use these confessions at the trial. The harm was already done.
What she says right here is so key and so important, and he just wants to know, well, there was 8 months before trial. The damage was done. They destroyed his case, and they used material from the time Kaczynski was in there against Brendan at trial. It's absolutely crazy.
So Berg is actually defending the undefendable.
That's right.
He's doing exactly what the judge accused him of doing. So basically, he's saying that what Kaczynski did was reprehensible, and we can't defend that. And then all of a sudden, he's now giving an excuse for Kaczynski, basically stating, "Oh well, he was removed. He had no part in the court." That's true, but you're correct, Jack 61. The damage, the seeds of destructions, the seeds of Brendan Dassey's destructions were laid down. The foundations were laid down. They were impossible to reverse.
Yep, that's exactly right, Doc. It's too late. All right, I'll back it up one click and we'll continue.
In the term, you use these confessions at the trial. The harm was already done by the time Kaczynski leaves.
What he did had absolutely no effect on the primary confession, the March 1st confession. Kaczynski wasn't around until after the confession came in. So there's no arguable effect on the centerpiece evidence.
He doesn't do anything to try to ameliorate this, to try to bring a solid defense of involuntariness of the confession.
That's absolutely not true. He moved to suppress the confession, and if you read the transcript, he made a lot of the same arguments that Dassey is now making on appeal.
I've read the transcript, of course.
He identified all of the same statements that Dassey has focused on, and he argued that it was coerced, and the court rejected that.
Of course, you don't have to show prejudice in a Kyler case. If you show conflicted counsel with an actual conflict of interest, you're done. The Sixth Amendment gives you the right to counsel.
You have to show an adverse effect.
Right.
But regardless, the Kyler claim is foreclosed on habeas because the Supreme Court clearly said in Mickens that Kyler is only clearly established for multiple concurrent representation. Nothing like that happens. Well, and that's what
I'm saying. I was looking at Mickens before this argument, and I don't see anything in Mickens that says the kind of conflicting concurrent representation has to be co-defendants. If he was essentially a member of the prosecution team, that's a party. That's a concurrent representation.
There is no allegation that he had any relationship with the prosecution, that he had any sort of financial incentives. He made some bad decisions.
Money doesn't matter.
Sure.
I mean, you could represent somebody without being compensated.
Well, we think the Kyler claim is clearly foreclosed by Mickens. It's a very clear statement from the Supreme Court. In Mickens, the court was considering successive representation. So you had a lawyer that was representing two different people. That's very close to multiple concurrent representation, and yet even there, the Supreme Court said that Sullivan doesn't clearly establish anything in that. Here you don't have
I just do have a comment about what he's talking about here, or at least as my interpretation. Maybe I'm wrong. But basically, a lawyer can't serve two masters. And that's exactly what this whole thing to me is about. Kaczynski wasn't representing Brendan. He was helping Kratz and Gahn and Fallon. That's what he was doing. And the police officers. Remember the warrant that he suggested, the search warrant that he suggested to law enforcement to look in the van or wherever the hell it was for this knife? But keep my name out of it. Yeah, but
for
keep my name.
evidence.
That's exactly right, Doc. Keep my name out of it. Now, you tell me how that's representative of helping his client. It doesn't matter if there's any evidence on that knife or not. You can't consider that. But to go to the police with that kind of information, and Kratz, no way, man. The damage was done. And what I don't understand is these poor judges, how they can't see that. The damage was done. All this shit happened, March, April, May, June, July, and then eventually, I think it's August 26, 2006, that Kaczynski was finally removed. And it wasn't 8 months before trial. Well, maybe it was. I guess when this trial wasn't until April. The damage was done. It's too late. Anyway.
Personally, I don't think it's because they can't see it. It's because they don't want to see it. They will not see it. That's my opinion. The judges that, think this is all okay, they just don't want it to be okay. If you know what I mean.
I totally agree with you, Sheree, because they know the implications of if they uphold Duffin's ruling, that what the implications are, and it would severely cripple the state's case against Stephen Avery.
Yeah.
I backed it up. Any other comments, guys, before I start this again? We good? So there's been some commenting in the.
Neverly says Berg never showed what special consideration the officers took to interrogate a minor with an 84 IQ. Bastards. I completely agree, Neverly. I completely agree.
Come on, guys. They gave him, they had a soft sofa and crammed him full of sandwiches and drinks and so forth. So that somehow excuses what they did and excuses what Kaczynski had already done later on. It doesn't. I'm sorry, it just doesn't. All right, here we go. Any questions, just let me know.
The Supreme Court said that Sullivan doesn't clearly establish anything in that. Here you don't have anything like either multiple or successive representation. You have some bad decisions by counsel, sure.
Well, you have... I don't agree with that reading of Mickens, actually. So, because you do have active representation of conflicting interests.
Well, our position is that it's clearly foreclosed. So I'd like to move back to the voluntariness if I could. As we've argued...
And moving back to the voluntariness, when we look at the limitations Dassey had and his demeanor during the interviews, particularly when we look on the tape, you can see a significant change in his demeanor when he's left alone or when his mother enters the room.
I think that actually supports the state's position here. So at the end, if you watch the 20 minutes, rewatch the 20 minutes, when his mother comes in, he spends 10 minutes. His mom is crying, saying, "Why did you do it? Why did you keep it a secret? Why didn't you tell me?" She says, "You knew it was wrong, right?" Looks like he nods. The whole time, he's got his head in his hands. He can't bring himself to look at her. And then when she leaves, he starts crying for the first time, the only time that I'm aware that he cries. And I think it's pretty clear that he's guilty. I think that's why he confessed, because he needed to get out all of those things that were in his mind. Now I want to go back to the memories of Teresa that I was mentioning before, because I think that's one of the primary evidences that his confession was voluntary, the way he volunteered those details. He remembered her crying and pleading with him not to do it while he raped her. He remembered her desperately trying to move away as Avery came at her with a knife. He remembers her breathing after Avery stabbed her in the stomach, and that she's still struggling to breathe after he cut her throat. He remembers that her belly wasn't moving as they carried her out to the garage. And he remembered the awful smell as her body burned. None of those memories were suggested to him by the officers. They were very raw and they were very real. And Dassey needed to get them out. Another main piece of evidence that shows the voluntariness is the way he resisted the officers numerous times.
He's guessing. I mean, you see this as resistance. I see this as him sort of casting about. You see these long delays on the video where they ask him a question and he's obviously racking his brain as to how can I answer this in a way that you're going to like? How can I answer this quote unquote correctly? And, you know, I don't, his very diction is so unsophisticated. He just doesn't know what he's talking about.
The counter to that is that you have at least 35 different times that he resists the officers' questions. So they asked him 6 different questions on 4 separate occasions about whether he shot Teresa. And these were some of the most leading questions. They said, we know you shot her too, isn't that right? He says, no. They say, how many times did you shoot her when the gun was in your hands? He says, it never was in my hands. So, they asked 15 questions on 6 separate occasions about whether the fire was going when he got over there. He consistently said that it wasn't.
He answers every which way on some of these questions, whether it's about the fire, whether it's about where's the car in the garage, did you go first, did you go later? He's all over the map, and you can pick a sentence here and a sentence there and knit together a confession, but it's not what really happened.
It's true, he changes some details here and there.
Changes important details.
But that's exactly what you would expect for a traumatic memory like this. That's how memory works.
It's also what you would expect from somebody who is trying to say what the officers want to hear and isn't reading their mind. Particularly
because they show his frustration when he resists or disagrees with key details, and then they offer him praise, saying, oh, now we believe you, when he picks up on a fact that they have suggested to him when he's answered.
What you wouldn't expect if he truly had been coerced is that he would continue to resist the officers, and he did. There was 8 questions in a row about whether they used the wires in the garage for anything. He never gave in to that. Why not? If he gave in to everything else, why would he not give in to something like that?
Because he explains at one point, because he just couldn't think of anything. He couldn't come up with another thing to say, and he's at the end of his rope a few times and just has not enough imagination.
So you're talking about the question, who shot her in the head, and I think there's a very good explanation for why he couldn't think of it. Put yourselves in the investigator's shoes for a moment. They're trying to figure out what happened. They don't know the details.
They're telling him, we know everything, Brendan.
They know she was shot in the head, so they think that's how she died, and they're talking with Dassey about what happened in the bedroom. And then he says, Avery stabbed her, I cut her neck, Avery choked her, and they're thinking, well, she must be dead now, so why would Avery shoot a dead woman? That doesn't make any sense, so he must have shot her in the bedroom. And so they try and get to elicit that detail, and he can't think of it because his mind is in the bedroom.
Can you feel my eye roll from Southwest Michigan all over the world? He couldn't think of it because he was thinking of the bedroom.
But, you know,
it's so fucking stupid. Ugh.
This is remarkable, right? Someone should send, we should all send Berg a copy of what he said in court and make it play back, because this is meant to be an intelligent man, and what he's spewing out is complete utter bollocks, right, Alice? Complete utter bollocks and bullshit, because there is no forensic evidence for what Berg is stating. And notice about all the rape, the mutilation, the cutting, the bleeding, the shooting. Well, we know that Brutus went in Stephen Avery's master bedroom and did not alert. Furthermore, in the report by Julie Kramer, she stated that another cadaver dog went around Stephen Avery's trailer. Now, if Teresa Horbach had bled or shed anything from the trailer to the garage, it would have been picked up by a cadaver dog. there was no hit or an alert by a cadaver dog. So essentially, whatever happened to Teresa Halbach, it could not have happened in Stephen Avery's trailer nor his garage. So this is remarkable that you have someone allegedly of Berg's intelligence basically supporting a fantasy. And listen to what he says. He goes totally against the judges. The judges are saying, listen, mate, what you're saying is all bullshit. And Berg is basically saying, no, it's not. This is our position. I don't care what you say. But if the casual observer is listening to this, he's getting his ass kicked so badly, he's on the rope, one knockout punch, he's gone. And I'm telling you right now, Brad Schimmel would have been shitting himself thinking, oh God, we're done. We're done like a dinner.
Yep, toast.
The Supreme Court probably would have taken it up and ruled against him.
Probably. Yeah, it, I don't know if they talk about any corroborating evidence coming up. I think maybe they do, but there's none. All this stuff he's allegedly talking about happened, he's talking about that allegedly happened in the bedroom. There's not one iota of proof of that, not one. But yet he's standing firm in their beliefs. It's such bullshit.
That's completely impossible. That there's no evidence that it happened and there's nothing there. That's impossible.
Yep, I agree. Cutting, stabbing, raping, all that stuff, or essaying, I should say. I know that's a trigger word, and I apologize, but that's what they're talking about. So, anyway, I'll back it up one click, and we'll listen to more of this garbage.
And so they try and get to elicit that detail, and he can't think of it because his mind is in the bedroom. They don't find out until later that Avery actually shot her in the garage, like 10 minutes later. And so that's why Dassey couldn't think of it in the moment, because they have him focused in the bedroom. And so there's a very good explanation for why he couldn't think of it.
Which just goes to show all he's trying to do is figure out what's in their mind, how can I replicate what you're waiting to hear, and then you're going to praise me and say, good for you, you're going to feel better after this, and now we move on, and everything's going to be okay. We're in your corner, Brendan.
That doesn't explain all of the details that he volunteers that were never suggested to him. Colors, sounds, smells, all the memories of Teresa that I mentioned before.
Yeah, I'm not sure that all of we can discuss this with your opponents. I think that the list is, if not non-existent, very short, and he explains at the trial that he's made up some of those, quote, details from a book he read.
Yeah, I think that explanation is outlandish, quite frankly, especially because the detail that he's talking about, that Teresa was handcuffed to the bed, that came in response to a question that didn't even call for that detail.
No, it's
not. So they're walking him into the bedroom, and they ask him, was she alive?
Oh, no, it's not, right? And it's remarkable, right? And we did a presentation, Bron and I, many, many years ago, where we looked at the film, Kiss the Girls. All the major elements of what Brendan Dassey recalled are all in that film. And what's remarkable, only in the film and not the book, do you see the victim's hair on the ground. And what does Brendan Dassey actually say? We cut Teresa's hair. And that is remarkable because that is the scene which is shown in the film Kiss the Girls. And I'd ask Barb, right? Remember, I didn't even say what it was about. And she asked Brendan, and Brendan stated, yeah, he had seen the film at around before speaking with Fassbender and Uyghur, and he later read the book because he's actually a very good book reader. So the prime elements, because remember what they said to him, play back the video in your head. That's exactly what he did. So he recalled major events from a film, and we proved it. Each of the major points, including, remember Jack 61, that woman tied up in the bed, shackled to the bed, her arms, her feet, right? All he did was simply recall major details from a film, including the knife, the hair, you name it. Brendan Dassey recalled major elements of the film. There's no question about it. He pattern matched what he saw in the film. Brendan's recollections to Fassbender and Wiegert are exactly what you'd expect when someone has no idea what occurred to Teresa Halbach. That is a fact.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah, Travis in chat. Hi, Travis. He says, what if you got these details from news reports of Rudy murder? That's a possibility, but we've had a few people in chat who actually live in Wisconsin, and they said that when the Rudy murder happened, there wasn't much on the TV or anything like that, or reports about the Rudy
No, there
murder.
wasn't. There wasn't. There wasn't.
I don't it came for that, like Doc says. I think it came for him watching that movie.
And he even said it to Fallon in court. Fallon asked him, where the hell did you get this idea of a woman tied up to a bed, rape, blah, blah? And he goes, from Kiss the Girls. And we thought, Bron and I thought, oh, come on, this has got to be ridiculous. We watched it. Our jaws dropped to the ground. You could not believe the incredible parallels to what Brendan told Fassbender and Wiegert to the major elements of the film. There's one important point. Brendan Dassey never, ever gave one unique element of the murder that wasn't available on the news and in newspapers. Every element that Brendan stated was public knowledge. There was nothing unique that he said. Remember Jack 61? Remember what he said? We left the knife and the gun in the RAV4. What did they do months later? Those idiots go back in and check underneath the seat of the RAV4 just in case there's a knife. Culhane tested all the knives on that property, never found one drop of blood. Right?
And the crime lab had the car for 5 or 6 days. So
and
took
the
the seats out of
FBI
it.
took it apart. And the FBI took the seats out.
That's right.
Nan's life in chat. Hi, Nan's life. It says, did anyone look up the movie scene to see if Brendan drew the ropes from the movie and not shackled to the bed, as apparently said by Brendan?
Well, the interesting thing is that Brendan actually changed his narrative. It went from cuffs to leg irons to rope, right? And remember, I put up the document. You could see a figure lying on a bed, arms and legs spread out and chained to the bedposts. They tested the leg irons and the handcuffs and did not find any evidence of Teresa Halbach's DNA, skin, nothing on the leg irons, the cuffs, and the bed head. None. No evidence at all.
Wow. Completely ridiculous. Yeah, I'll back it up. We can hear him say this one more time. He thinks it's ridiculous that Brendan would be thinking of this movie book. And one more thing that we haven't really talked about in all this, considering this is 5-6 months after the alleged crime happened. That he's been approached by law enforcement several times at that point, but he's also been around other kids at school, family, and these discussions were going on of various, probably about everything. I mean, stuff in the news, stuff that is talked about in front of Brendan. Whether or not he read the newspaper, we don't know for sure. I would imagine he probably read some. He is an avid book reader, so. So anyway, yep. I'll back it up one click here, and we'll continue on. Got some lively chats. Got Linda's in chat. Thanks for coming, Linda. Under your scars. I don't think I'd seen you, but maybe we did. Welcome to everyone that's dropped in. I'll back it up one click and we'll continue on.
Detail. So they're walking him into the bedroom and they ask him, was she alive? And he says, well, she was handcuffed to the bed. The idea that he, at that moment, suddenly conjured up this book that he read, decided to make up a story and pull a detail from it, just beggars belief.
Why? He's in fantasy land anyway, and there's no sign on the headboard of handcuffs. I mean, she could have been handcuffed.
Or possibly he was remembering. He was in his mind and he remembered the detail. He remembered vividly the image of Teresa handcuffed to the bed.
You're so full of
and he brought forth that detail when they asked, was she alive? Nothing the investigators said came even close to a specific promise.
The investigators made my skin crawl watching this video, this lulling behavior that they conveyed, which was so dishonest, with such a vulnerable person. It was not what I would call an interrogation. It was tell me what I want to hear.
There was some minor deception, to be sure, but the cases say that that's okay. No, I don't think it was major. A lot of the things that the investigators actually said were true.
Psychological coercion.
A lot of the things that they told him were true. So their statements, will go to bat for you, for example. They did, in fact, go to bat for him.
If he had stuck with his story and testified against Avery, I suspect they would have.
That's exactly right. So they went back to the prosecutor and said, Dassey should get some credit. He's been...
So this is an extortion deal. There's no other word you can put on it. I'm sorry. There's nothing else you can say about this except it's an extortion deal. It's not a plea deal. It's extortion. That's just how I see it. And I think it has no place in a true and honest justice system anywhere in the world, but most especially in the United States. It's just absolutely sickening to me. Plea deals are extortion deals, legal extortion.
Yeah,
please.
Can I just answer, William? The question was, do you think this guy actually believes the things he's saying, or does he know he's just a puppet spouting shit? He actually does believe in what he's saying, right? Yes, he is a puppet, but you got to remember he works, I believe, for the Attorney General's office.
That's right.
And the boss is Brad Schimmel. So you're not going to have a representative of Brad Schimmel's office go into a courtroom in front of these judges and basically say, hey, Your Honor, yeah, you're right, it's all bullshit. I can't support this crap, release this kid. No, he's got to essentially put his best foot forward, whether he believes it or not. He represents the state. He represents Brad Schimmel. And there's a lot of things at stake here. And Judge Hamilton even says it. What? We're now going to have to change this. We're now going to have to change that. So it's the process that they are protecting. Because if Luke Berg admits that the Reed technique was not good for someone like Brendan, could you imagine all the young people or individuals that are in prison putting up their hand saying, hey, look, Your Honor, I was questioned in the same manner. I'm innocent. The whole system will cave in. So Luke Berg has to go in, no matter whether he believes it or not, he's got to present the state's case. He has to be brutal and to the point and believe that Brendan Dassey committed all these atrocities without 1 ounce of forensic proof. None.
Yeah, I agree with you, Doug. And I mean, privately, to answer William, I feel that Luke Berg knows that there's real issues with Brendan's coerced confessions. I do believe that he is clearly an intelligent lawyer. But Doc is right. He would have been, if he had went to and said, yeah, the Reed technique is really pretty shitty for a kid, kids like Brendan, or even an adult that is low IQ, slow, basically an introvert that has real problems. I think that he would have been probably dead on the courthouse steps as he left the building. That's just my opinion. They would have taken him out to the woodshed.
He would have lost his job.
Yeah.
He would have been humiliated by Brad Schimmel. And as you know, guys, Brad Schimmel did not accept the decision, the first en banc, right, with the three of them, where he lost 2-1, where Brendan Dassey won 2-1. He didn't accept the umpire's decision, so he had to go for the full bench. So Brad Schimmel had the ability to usurp what Duffin said and what these two judges said. So essentially, you don't believe or trust professionals to give an opinion on a matter like this until you get your answer that you want. And yet, Kathleen Zellner is trying to get in front of a judge to plead her case, and they won't let her. Do you see the irony and stupidity in all this? It's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. That's what I said earlier. Trust the process or do away with it. I mean, to have both, to have this other one basically in your front pocket or maybe even your side pocket because they're rarely granted, to have that option at all shows a real fallacy in the system, to me. And I'll argue with anyone about it because to me, there's just no, I've had these arguments with people that say, well, this case was so important. I said, well, if it was that important, why wasn't it held in front of the full bench to begin with? Well, that's not the process. I said, that's what I'm getting at. You trust the three-judge panel in some cases, but other times you say, well, this one's kind of important. We better get everybody in here. No, I'm sorry. I don't believe in that at all. Because, again, nothing new is presented at the en banc that hadn't already been presented by Duffin. Duffin went through everything. And also in the three-panel judge system, they went through everything. It's not like that this is, something mind-blowing that just came along. The only thing that changes was these 4 judges that were going to knock everything out of the park and say, nope, the state was right. Circuit Court got everything properly. Judge Box did a great job. Brendan stays in prison. That's the only thing that changed. And I don't believe in it. And I don't think that's the way our system was ever designed to work. I think this is something that's been added to the system as a safeguard for, I think mainly the state. Again, I haven't done a real study on when en bancs, which side one or the other is granted more. I haven't done it. But I suspect it's more for the state side than the defendant side. But I completely disagree with it. Sorry for running on like that. Travis got a couple of comments here. He says, if not, there are 2 cases that were defense wins in the 7th Circuit that were en banc hearings. It's just part of the procedure. Australia has the same thing. Well, yeah, I understand, Travis. But to me, a high court like this, really any court that has that option with nothing new presented, to me is a real problem. That creates another side issue that says, well, we've got another play here. When in fact, like in the circuit court, if like Kathleen, she presented this to Judge Angie. She denied the motion. Now she has to go to another court. But it's not like that here. I completely disagree with it. And I understand what you're saying. I do. I get it. Part of the process. But I just disagree with it.
So if Brendan had lost with the 3 judges or the first judge, then he still has options this way.
Well, yeah, with the 7th Circuit, they could have appealed it and tried for an en banc. Would it have been granted?
No.
I have my doubts, but
I don't think so.
I don't either. I really don't think so. But because this run into the political arena, I think that's what it came down to. Can't prove that, of course. Anyway, I'll back it up 1 click and we'll continue on.
So they went back to the prosecutor and said, Dassey should get some credit. He's been cooperating with us. And he probably would have gotten a lot of credit if he had not recanted his confession. We may not even be here if he had...
I doubt that. Just for your information, I think this white card means you're in rebuttal time.
All right.
It's up to you. You can talk to us further or not.
I'd like to save the remainder of my time for rebuttal. Thank you.
Okay, certainly. So, Ms. Neurider, of course, your big issue is EDPA deference. Even if there's a lot that looks like any rational person might have said this was a limited person, the state courts found otherwise. What do we do about that?
It did, Your Honor, and may it please the court. Deference, by definition, does not preclude relief. That is what we know from the Supreme Court. Relief is reserved for cases where the application of clearly established law, even where that law is stated in general principles, has been unreasonably misapplied in the state courts, and that's precisely what we see here.
Is your best argument stronger under 2254 D1 or 2?
Your Honor, I believe those two arguments are intertwined. So we ask for relief on both D2 grounds and on D1 grounds here. And the directive from the Supreme Court that dictates the results in this case was articulated in Miller versus Fenton, where the court said that involuntariness is not only concerned with inherently coercive techniques, but it equally encompasses techniques that are coercive only as applied to the unique characteristics of this particular suspect.
So to quote Miller, looking at the circumstances here, no threats, care for comfort, for physical comforts, he's Mirandized, mother is invited to sit in and chooses not to, he says that's okay, voices are not raised. To quote Miller, would you say that the police here use tactics, quote, so offensive to a civilized system of justice that they must be condemned under the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment?
I would, Your Honor.
And what are those?
Those tactics include issuing a promise of leniency to Brendan Dassey.
There was no promise of leniency.
Not
There
when
were
judged.
vague assurances at best.
Not when judged by the standard of an adult.
Even with an intellectually challenged 16-year-old, there were no assurances or promises. There has to be a concrete promise, fraudulent promise of leniency for it to bear on the voluntariness of the confession. Vague assurances are not enough, and certainly not under 2254D review.
See how high she sets the bar? There's no way to win that. I mean, literally, with her, it would you have to have concrete assurances. Does that mean that Uyghur and Fassbender would have had to have signed an affidavit? I mean, come on. Anyway, just thought I'd drop that comment in.
It was a very specific
but not
and
only
concrete
that,
promise
Jack,
of leniency.
just before you start again, not only if you
Go ahead. I stopped. I paused it.
if you listen, right, Hamilton, I'm positive it's Hamilton, I'm sure that's his voice, he jumps in more when Laura is up, he jumps in more and opens his mouth more when Laura's up trying to defend Brendan than he did open his mouth when the other lawyer was up for the state. It's just something I pick up every time I hear this bloody thing. That's what I've noticed. When Laura is up defending Brendan, that Hamilton can't keep his mouth shut. But when
that's how they set it up. And it's part of the process. The judges that questioned Berg agreed with Duffin, and they were going to uphold his decision. The judges that are questioning Laura are against it. That's how they set it up. The adversarial piece. That's what we're seeing. That's why you see what you do with Hamilton, because he agreed with, he says that the state did everything right, that Brendan shouldn't be released. He wasn't coerced. That's why you see that.
It's nonsense. It's absolute nonsense.
I agree with you 100%. It's brutal. It's absolutely brutal in there. All right, I'll back it up one click and we'll continue.
D review.
There was a very specific and concrete promise of leniency made in this case. Honesty will set you free, is what they told him. Now, Your Honor, it is true, unquestionably true, that you and I would understand that to be a quote from the book of John, an idiom. But the record in this case is indisputably clear that idioms are the one thing that Brendan Dassey cannot understand. He has no choice because of his disabilities.
He understood plainly that he was being encouraged to be honest and to get it off his chest.
And that the exchange for his talking was to be set free. He had no choice but to take those words literally.
Is the key here that his IQ, if we accept the fact that he has a lower IQ, that's it? Anybody that has an IQ of that level can't be questioned the way he was?
Certainly not, Your Honor. This is long-standing federal law, and there have been many cases with many interrogations of mentally limited individuals that have come into evidence without any problem under Miller versus Fenton. This is a unique
This was not an aggressive questioning.
It is a case of psychological coercion. There was a promise of leniency.
Well, there's no right. In fact, there's case law that says they can bluff.
They can bluff, Your Honor, but they cannot so distort his rational will that he was incapable of...
That's because of his IQ?
Because of his IQ, because of his age.
So let's get back to my original question. This whole thing revolves around what his IQ is.
Because of his disabilities, Your Honor. The IQ is part of the disabilities, but in particular his impairment's undisputed record that he was unable to process idioms. Combine that statement that honesty will set you free, with the assurance...
Not true?
I'm sorry?
That's not true?
That statement was not true, Your Honor, certainly not. And you see him believing, of course, that it will be true, because you see him expecting, after confessing to rape and murder, that he's going to go back to school. And even after the officers disabuse him of that notion, they say to him, Brendan, you know we're police officers, right? And because of what you said, the law won't let us let you go. He still clings to that illusion, and he says, is it only for one day?
Even if they attempted to correct him, then it's still wrong.
Honesty will not set him free. That's correct.
Even if the police attempted to correct his misunderstanding, that doesn't do any good?
They only attempted to correct that misunderstanding after he confessed, when they finally break the promise. And my colleague on the other side for the state of Wisconsin spoke to Brendan's demeanor after the officers told him that they were going to arrest. Spoke to the fact that at that moment, the first thing he did was ask for his mother. At that moment, he began to weep. Why only then? Because that's the moment the bargain was broken for him. That's the moment he understood.
What bargain?
That honesty and repeating back the story that the officers gave him would set him free.
So there was a bargain?
There was a bargain, Your Honor. Repeat back the story that we want to hear, and in exchange you will be set free. It was a bargain that was understood as such because of Brendan Dassey's limitations, which is precisely what the Supreme Court has directed us to do, to define coercion in terms of how a reasonable person in that suspect's position would have perceived.
And that's because of his lower IQ?
And his impairments and his disabilities and his age. Yes, Your Honor.
And the fact that he is 95% more suggestible than the population.
That's exactly right.
So some people could have a psychological condition of suggestibility and be older or have a higher IQ, and other people. I think this is a totality point that you're making. And in Gallegos and other cases, the Supreme Court has told us, not to get too, if you will, siloed in our thinking about this, that Brendan is of lower intelligence, or that he's this or he's that. He's a package. And so I want to ask you whether you think the correct legal inquiry is whether a reasonable person, a reasonable functioning adult, would have found this interrogation coercive, or if we're supposed to take all aspects of Brendan as an individual and ask that question?
We are to take all aspects of Brendan's personal characteristics into account.
And what's your best case for that this is not something that's just an objective standard?
Yarborough versus Alvarado directs the litigants and the courts to examine the actual mindset of the suspect in a voluntariness case in opposition to the objective Miranda custody inquiry. And this court has said in multiple cases, including U.S. versus Sturdivant, that the inquiry is whether a reasonable person in the defendant's shoes would have been coerced, which is of a piece with a long-standing line of Supreme Court case law. Haley versus Ohio would not exist if we were to judge all interrogation tactics against the will of an adult. Haley tells us the opposite. That which would leave a man cold and unimpressed can overawe and overwhelm a child. And that's what you see on this tape.
So Ms. Narita, the police need to take account of all circumstances, right? The police rarely will have access to a full psychological background, school records, and all the information that's been used to challenge the voluntariness of this confession. They simply deal with the first witness and then later suspect that they're dealing with without all that background information. If we were to affirm the grant of habeas relief in this case, which you've described as unique, what practical advice would you give to police about what is and is not permissible in interrogating a high school boy who's not very quick?
I would say, Your Honor, that taking this case as an example, these interrogators knew at the least that he was 16 years old. Based on their interactions on February 27th, they also had at least some reason to believe he might be limited. He wasn't able to spell agent or detective.
So what should they do? So what should they do? What can they do to solve the crime?
They may still question him. There's no doubt about that. But they can't
bluff?
say things. They may, as long as it doesn't overbear his will. But they cannot say things that will land on this defendant as a promise. They should never say things like, I'm a cop, but I'm not right now. I'm a parent, when you've got a 16-year-old in the interrogation room. They shouldn't say things like, we know you're scared of arrest, but you've got nothing to worry about. Everything will be all right.
You're creating new law now. There is no case that says that, and we're here on 2254D review. A federal court cannot create new law on habeas review, and that's what you're asking for in this case. It's just flatly impermissible under all the Supreme Court's precedents.
Your Honor, I am not asking for the creation of new law. I'm asking for this court to apply decades-old law.
Identifying criteria and things that the cops cannot do. There is no case that says they cannot do those things.
I am not asking this court.
You're asking us to use this case to establish that new benchmark for investigators in interrogating juveniles. There is no case law to support that. Under established law under 2254D, you must lose.
Let me be very, very clear. I am not asking for this court to erect a rule that anything the officers said will always be proscribed for going forward.
Aren't you focusing, that's why I want to come back to 2254D too, because that's a very factually bound circumstance, and it's the decision based on all of the evidence that with this package of facts, the finding that this was a voluntary confession was not even a possible finding on this record. That doesn't create new law. The Supreme Court just now in Brumfield, 2 years ago, to be accurate, 2015, says that the 2254D inquiry asks you to look at an unreasonable determination of the facts. Isn't that what you're following?
That is exactly what we're following, Your Honor. This is a very fact-bound case, and there was an unreasonable determination in the facts in this case. And I would also imagine that the facts in this case are unlikely to recur.
Which fact finding do you take issue with?
I take issue with the state court's finding that there were no promises of leniency made to this defendant, which is what the district court identified as a D2 error.
Well, that's asking for new law because you're asking for us to hold that this biblical quote is beyond the pale and no reasonable judge could disagree with that. That is asking for new law, by definition, because no court says that.
I am asking for this court to apply Miller versus Fenton, which says...
Both the state courts, though, the trial court and the appellate court specifically acknowledged the statement, the general, the truth, honesty will set you free. They both acknowledged that point, right?
They did, Your Honor.
So obviously didn't think that was a sufficiently specific or legally relevant promise of leniency. Is that a fair reading of what they said?
Yes, and that's the unreasonable application of law and the unreasonable
fact or law?
Well, Your Honor, the district court treated it as a D2 fact, following Sharp versus Rowling in the 10th Circuit, which did the same thing. But whether it's treated under D2 or D1, I think we are left with the ultimate conclusion being the same.
Isn't the D, as I see it anyway, maybe this is too literal, the D1 aspect of this is whether, in the end, this was a voluntary confession. The Supreme Court has said that that question raises a question of law because it's a constitutional fact, sort of, but it's assessed as a matter of law. The D2 question is the more granular one. Looking at all of these transcripts, are there one or more promises of leniency? Should you look at this way? And the court has said, as far back as the Terry Williams against Taylor case, that the facts don't need to be an exact map. You're going to look at these promises and see whether they actually amount to a promise of lenience.
That's exactly right, Your Honor, and the court has reiterated that more recently in Panetti versus Quarterman and Marshall versus Rogers. Clearly established federal law may be found in general principles. We need not identify a case with factual identity at a high level of specificity.
So another case could come along when somebody would say, you shall know the truth and the truth shall make you free, and that would not be a promise of lenience.
I would imagine for most people that would not be a promise of leniency. That's correct. Exactly right.
So there's no automatic character to the rule if it's a D2 problem. Was this a promise or was this not a promise?
There is no automatic character. We must not evaluate these tactics in isolation. The Supreme Court directs us to do otherwise. They must be evaluated in conjunction with the package of Brendan Dassey's vulnerabilities. The Supreme Court here has instructed us to consider Brendan Dassey's reaction to this promise in part as a part of the consideration here when it directed us in Yarborough versus Alvarado to turn to the actual mindset of the suspect. That's why the moment when Brendan Dassey asks to go back to school is so powerful. It speaks to his understanding of the bargain that has been struck.
So I would like your response to the points Mr. Berg was making about facts that Dassey furnished that were not fed to him by the police officers or the media.
Indeed, Your Honor, most of the facts that were listed in the panel dissenting opinion were in fact fed to him often on February 27th. The whole notion that a rape was involved at all in this crime was fed on February 27th when the officers asked Brendan, did he try to have sex with her or anything? And she said no. It's very important. We had heard that he might have told you that. The notion that Brendan had participated in burning the body, also on February 27th. Brendan, I'm going to ask you a difficult question, okay? Did you help him put that body in the fire? If you did, it's okay. Seeing body parts in the fire, this is a telling moment on February 27th. When the officers tell him, Brendan, I find it very hard to believe that you didn't see something in that fire. A hand, a foot, a head, something in that fire. And then he repeats back those same body parts, fingers, toes, and a forehead that he saw in the fire. The smell was fed to him. On March 1st, we talked Monday night about bad smells and stuff. Do you remember any smells coming from that fire after she was put on there? Going
inside.
inside.
The fire had tires in it too?
I'm sorry?
This fire included tires?
It did include
which
tires.
don't smell that great when they burn either.
It did. The notion that he went inside Avery's trailer. Be honest, you went inside, didn't you? Hallbach's words, even her words during the supposed rape, were fed to Brendan Dassey. Was she saying anything while you were doing this? Did she ask you not to do this to her? And Brendan says, she told me not to do it. tying Teresa Halbach up. You helped to tie her up, though, didn't you, Brendan? Because he couldn't tie her up alone. There's no way. On and on and on, these facts were fed. A few of these...
So what about the ones that were supposedly not fed that your opponent mentioned?
Well, the majority, the vast majority of this confession was fed to him.
Yeah, but even if it's only a few, that would be worth attending to. A state court might think.
There were moments when the investigators, after steering Brendan down a path, allowed him to offer a story without fact-feeding. And at that moment, you can see him drawing on various sources for these details. Often what he drew on was details that had been circulated in the media. For example, her blood being found in the back of the RAV4. That's the detail that he knows was the case, and that explains his initial story, that he had seen her in the back of the RAV4. He also draws on the book Kiss the Girls at times, a book that includes hair cutting of a rape victim. That's where that part of that story comes from. And a few details.
I find at least some interesting tension between this theory. Do we know, for example, the level of writing and comprehensibility of that book?
Your Honor, that is an interesting thing, but the IQ...
Or how closely he followed the media reports so as to remember every detail, this boy with limited intelligence?
Both of those things are in the record, Your Honor. The IQ tests that Brendan was given repeatedly over time demonstrate that his limitations are primarily with respect to oral communication, verbal communication, but he can read and comprehend at a much higher level. This was a consistent result over time. And as for his exposure to the media reports, there was testimony at post-conviction from Brendan's mother, Barb, that the family regularly had the TV on. And of course, the story that was being told on the news was the story of their relative, Stephen Avery's arrest. The family was closely following this, and why wouldn't they? Not only did it implicate their family member, but it implicated their home and their livelihood. That's where he got some of these additional pieces of information from. The state of Wisconsin views this confession as corroborated, but in fact the corroboration on which it hangs its hat was a product also of the fact-feeding that occurred during this interrogation. They point to the bullet found in the garage, but it was the interrogators themselves who took Brendan Dassey into that garage. Originally, he had the shooting occurring outside the garage, near the bonfire pit, and it is them who say, Brendan, we need to get the accuracy about the garage. Why did they think it happened in the garage? Because they had previously found shell casings in that garage.
The motive of the police was to get a second killer?
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
What was the motive of the police in doing this? Get a second killer?
Your Honor, the test does not direct us.
No, I know that's not the test. That's the question I'm asking you.
The record doesn't speak to the motive of the police in this case.
You're arguing their motive.
I am not, Your Honor. In fact, the district court here, in granting relief, pointed out that the police may well have simply failed to appreciate the way in which their words landed on Brendan Dassey. And that may well be the case in this case, but it does not preclude relief. In fact, it still bolsters relief under the principles of Miller versus Fenton.
So they needed two killers.
No, Your Honor, they needed the truth. But the problem with this interrogation is that the way in which they pressured and pursued Brendan Dassey was in direct contravention of the seeking of the truth. That's the problem here. They may have failed to appreciate it at the time, but that is not the relevant inquiry.
Can we shift just a minute to Sullivan and Mickens and why you believe that they clearly established that there was prejudice and that counsel was conflicted in a manner other than a concurrent co-representation of counsel?
Yep. Sorry, Doc. Go ahead.
Yep. I wish Laura had just simply said, Your Honor, Brendan Dassey was Stephen Avery's alibi. That's why they had to turn an alibi witness into a co-conspirator.
Absolutely.
And that would have been it. End the story, end the party. They had to turn Brendan into a observer of just a fire, burning rubbish, into a co-conspirator.
I completely agree with that, Doc. And that's exactly, we don't know all the conversations. We can speculate, and we have about, at the time, and I'm talking about real time, in, January, so, they go after the first of the year, February. I've asked this question before, why didn't Krause go after Brendan sooner? Because he knew from Brendan's own admission that he had been over helping Avery clean up the yard and, so forth and so on the afternoon or evening of October 31. But they didn't go after him. And it begs the question, and again, I tend to look at end result, maybe not knowing why something happened and examining that process. I think that this is just me talking, what I've just kind of theorized in my head. I can't prove any of it, but I think there were conversations that happened with Krause and probably Fallon. Fallon's a smart, he's, I'm going to call him almost genius level at Wisconsin law, because he is, and how to get around it. And of course, having superiors that are giving you the green light, they're not going to do anything to you if you do something terrible, like the press conference. Krause didn't get in trouble for that. It was a huge problem and not allowed. But anyway, so were they thinking in their mind with the evidence that they had that was pretty wonky and all of it was tainted and they knew it? How are we going to bolster our case? They talked to everyone in the family, people outside the family, and they couldn't get any traction. Then comes Brendan, this kid, this slow kid, and they knew he had been over there, and they went after him. But they were also helped by Candy Avery. She's the one that contacted Fassbender with these alleged messages. I feel certain she worked on Kayla and Marie too. I can't prove that. That's what I believe. And this whole process gets started because it could have happened much earlier, is what I'm getting to. But I guess Krause didn't have any real probable cause until this other stuff happened, and the storyline has started developing.
But Jack 61, do you notice what the judge said? And this was very worrisome. He said, did the state need 2 killers?
Yeah.
Right? You know what I'm getting at?
Yeah.
Yep. Which meant that they were convinced that Stephen had murdered Teresa Horbach, right? So the notion of asking the question, did the police need 2 killers? That should have sent alarm bells, because the narrative is simple. If Brendan was there with his uncle, he's a co-conspirator. If Stephen Avery never murdered Teresa Horbach, which the evidence does not show, especially in the trailer, the garage, and the burn pit.
And the gun.
Brendan,
we always forget about the gun.
And item Phil, you name it. Yep. If Stephen never killed Teresa Horbach, then if Brendan Dassey was with Stephen Avery that night, then both Stephen and Brendan cannot be guilty of the murder of Teresa Horbach. That's why the judge said, did the police need 2 killers? They never, ever entertained the notion that Stephen was innocent. And that's exactly what Skolinski said to Brendan Dassey at Crivets. Remember? We even played it in Reading with the Group. Exactly right. He said, our investigators show blah, 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 blah. Were you there, Brendan? Were you a co-conspirator, or did you observe your uncle? So he fired the first shot at Brendan Dassey right then at Crivets on the 10th.
That's right. That's exactly right. That's what I'm saying. Why didn't they go after Brendan much earlier?
Because they had no evidence.
Yeah, so Travis is trying to get a fix on Brendan's interviews. How many interviews did they actually do with Brendan? They did the one at the school. They did the one at Fox House. They did the march.
Wait. No. They did the one at the school on the 27th.
Right.
He was then taken to the police, to Two Rivers Police Department that afternoon with Barb. And then,
right, so
then they hustled him off to Fox Hills that night because there's Now, they were in danger, which was bullshit. It was absolute crap. That's 3 in one day. Then they let him go the next morning, all of a sudden, no danger. And then they bring him back on March 1st, and they really go after him.
Right, that's 4.
And then
They did, yep, 6, I think, altogether.
Yeah,
6.
well, yeah, they did the one on the
May the 13th.
Well, backing up to Baldwin O'Neill, was that the 6th or the 7th? I don't.
Yeah, that was November the 6th at Crivets. So they talked to him on November the 6th at Crivets, and that was Detective O'Neill and Baldwin.
Yep.
They interrogated him twice on February the 27th, once at Mishicot High School, the other at Two Rivers, and you're correct, also at Fox Hills. They then interrogated him twice on March the 1st at Mishicot High School and then at the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department. And then they interrogated him again on May the 13th at Sheboygan County Sheriff's Department without an attorney present.
That's right. And that right there should have been enough to ground all the gears to a halt right then, but it didn't. And I just have all kinds of problems with that, just tons of problems. So yeah, so if we count them all up as one, at least 6 or 7 times they interviewed him, Travis.
I think that was 6. Travis says, yeah, killer. Appellate court judges typically take the jury verdict of a co-defendant as correct. Stephen was a convicted killer. They had none of those facts.
Right. You know, and this goes back to this alleged plea bargain that was tentatively offered. Of course, we've never seen any paperwork on that. This was just talk that was refused by Brendan.
Yeah,
I believe
the first one was Crivets. That Linda says that the first one that they ever done with him was the one at Crivets. So, I mean, even at that, 6 on an intellectual
challenge.
You know what I mean? On somebody with Brendan's IQ and everything like that, and not only that, the way they answered, the way they bombarded them with questions. They asked him a question. Brendan was thinking about the answer, and then by the time Brendan thought his reply to the first question that they asked him another 3 or 4 or 5 on top of that. So Brendan's answering yes to or no to the first question, or I don't know to the first question, but they're on about the 5th or 6th question that they've asked. No wonder the way he up his ass.
Yeah, so it was Crivets on the 6th, and then they left him alone until around the 27th of February 2006. There was 3 that day, one at the high school, one at Two Rivers, and then Fox Hills that night. That's 4. Yep, that's 4. They brought then March 1st, they hit him at the high school and then brought him into the police station. That's 2 more. That's 6. And then May 13th without his lawyer. That's 7. Did I get them all, Doc?
Yes, correct.
I thought Crivets was the 5th.
No, Crivets was the 6th.
When they stopped him in the car?
When they stopped him in the car, correct.
Oh, wait. I forgot about November 10th when Skurlinski went after him. It's 8.
That's, yes, yes, correct. But that was more of a statement by Skurlinski to Brendan. But correct, Skurlinski did talk to Brendan Dassey on the 10th.
And another researcher and I have talked about this interview on the 10th, and we feel that it was probably recorded, and I know they are trying to get that recording. I can't prove that, but there's a strong feeling that it was recorded. He's trying to get that audio.
Jack,
Yep.
In open mic text, I put the summary picture of Kiss the Girls and what was similar to what Brendan said to what appeared in the film. Not the book, the film.
Let me put that up on the screen. Second. There we go. It'll pop in there.
Yeah, it's pretty chilling. And Judge Hamilton said, no. The book had had no similarities at all, which is complete garbage. Because if you actually go through the list, it's an exact replica of what Brendan said in his confession. Exactly the same thing.
That is crazy. That's
So
that's some great research, Doc.
Oh, that we were mind blown. So you can see. Look at the image of now. All the images you see up above were from the film, right? Kiss the Girls, which was being shown in Wisconsin on TV. We actually found the TV program, and also Kiss the Girls film was available at Brendan Dassey's library. So we actually traced it all back. We confirmed that it was being shown at that time in Wisconsin, and you can clearly see. Now look at this. The picture that Brendan Dassey drew was of a person restrained to a bed with pillows under her head, right?
There it is.
And if you notice the picture from Kiss the Girls, there's a woman being restrained. Her legs are being restrained as well. You can't see them because she's got a blanket on, but her arms are restrained to the headboard and her head's on a pillow, right?
Yep.
So you've got restraint of a person by their hands and feet on a bed. You've got handcuffs and leg irons that were found in Stephen Avery's trailer. There you go. You've got images of cuffs. Teresa was sexually assaulted. You've got images of someone being SA assaulted in the film. The cutting of the throat. There's an image of a cutting of a throat with a knife. There you have a knife with a black handle. That's exactly what Brendan Dassey said. There was a knife that was used, black handle, and the most damning one was that he stated that Teresa had her hair cut off, and only in the film, there's a detective there with number 4, picks up the victim's hair. Teresa was murdered, exactly the same. And also, there's an image of fire in the film. Can you believe it that it's a 100% match to what Brendan told the detectives, Fassbender and Wiegert? Every major element is in that film.
It's crazy. That's absolutely insane.
And
you can
Travis
ahead.
says the problem is Knight Rider and Drizzen were stuck with the record they had, which was the book. He kept saying the book at trial. Was the book that different?
Nope. The only thing that was different was there was no mention of hair in the book. There was only mention of hair in the film. And I spoke, I communicated with Barb, very neutral question regarding, well, did Brendan actually really see this? She goes, yes, he did. He saw both the film and then he read the book. And Brendan is a voracious reader of books.
Oh yeah, he read a lot of books when he was being held. I remember him talking about that in his phone call.
Yeah, but that was straight out of Brendan's mouth as well, though, Doc. Because when you asked Barb that question, she said that she didn't know at first, but she would ask Brendan, and
That's
then
correct.
she went to visit Brendan, and she
That's
must
correct.
have asked him in the visit because the next time that she came back into chat, she answered that question, and I'm sure she specifically tagged you in the comment, and she says, Dr. Silkman, I asked Brendan what you asked, and he said that he watched the film and then
Yes,
he
he
read
did.
the book.
Correct. So the irony is at Fox Hills, that film could have been playing.
Exactly. That's exactly right. And I'm sure that that's exactly what Brendan was thinking, you know.
Correct.
You know,
Because he got told by Fassbender, play the video in your head.
That's right.
That's what he did.
And dealing with a slower child, they don't think like, someone with more intelligence that have caught on quicker, and they're veteran cops, adults that are intelligent. Brendan doesn't think like they do, and like many of us do. For him, I'm sure he felt trapped. I can bet on it. Anyway, all right.
Now,
back to
just 1 second, Jack. The important thing is that both Bron and I, when we did this years ago, we had no expectations. We had never seen the film, never seen the book. So we had no idea what to expect. And when we saw the film and I read the book, I got the book, I was flabbergasted. How on earth can... Well, the problem is that they never, his attorneys never checked. They never fact checked when Brendan said in court to Fallon, I got it from a book. He actually got it from a film. The only major difference was the cutting of the hair, which proved he saw the film.
That's right.
Right?
That's
And it's exactly what he spewed to Fassbender and Wiegert. And guess what? Kratz read out the narrative of Kiss the Girls on national TV.
There you
without
go.
Without fact checking first.
Yep. And that's another big fallacy. Brendan said so many things that, to me, early on, they've been like, okay, that's it. Get out. You don't know anything. You don't know anything. It's so ridiculous. But I feel Kratz knew that he had to have someone make this connection, get them back in that house and trailer to make this connection. And that's exactly what they did. Anyway. All right. Anything else, guys? I see Travis has
put, but he has a better comprehension with reading. That is Laura's argument. And she answered a question of one of the judges that it was in the record that he got it from a book. She got that out.
Yep. That's true, Travis. That's exactly right.
Yeah, checking conviction. She says it is not just one thing wrong with what they convicted Brendan on. Brendan has many, many issues with the way they got to his confession, and the ones who set things up to make him confess his IQ, etc.
That's right.
Yeah.
If I could just add, and I'm sure Barb is not going to mind if I actually quote what she says, because this is actually very important. She goes, this is her response to me. Just talked to Brendan and he said he watched it. That's the film, Kiss the Girls, before he talked to those bleep bleep. That's huge. That's huge. Which meant that he had seen Kiss the Girls before being interrogated by Fassbender and Wiegert.
That's right.
And I just have to add, I mean, he watched the movie, he read the book. Okay, that one little detail that's in the movie and not in the book, Brendan may not have remembered that it wasn't in the book. I mean, he saw, he did both, he just recounted what, was in that. And I don't think it's just because it wasn't in the book and it's something he said, I don't think that's
maybe it's just pressure in his
big
mind.
Point there. Yeah.
That was a dramatic scene in the film when the detective went up and picked up the hair. You're not going to forget something like that. That was very dramatic and shocking.
Was that in a burnt pit?
No, the poor victim was tied to a tree.
Oh, okay.
And which is interesting because the very first thing that Brendan said, I think, to his cousin Kayla, was that Teresa Horbach was tied to a chair.
Yep.
A chair, not a bed.
That's
Pinned
right.
up. Oh, that was Kayla.
Pinned up in a chair. Correct.
Yeah.
Crazy. All right, I'll back it up one click and we'll continue on. We got about, looks like about 9 minutes left. Berg is going to be back on for a rebuttal. I think he saved a couple minutes. All right, here we go.
In a manner other than a concurrent co-representation of clients?
Well, Your Honor, I believe that Mickens does not bar relief in this case for two reasons. First of all, the nature of the conflict exhibited by Mr. Kaczynski can well be understood as a concurrent representation conflict, similar to the one at play in Kyler versus Sullivan. True, it doesn't involve co-defendants, but it involves something more egregious, working for the state at the same time as working for one's client. But under D2, we know that the court need not identify clearly established federal law in order to grant relief. And there was a clear D2 error in the state court's adjudication of the ineffective assistance of counsel claim. So once that D2 threshold has been crossed, the court is then free under 2254A to apply Kyler versus Sullivan, notwithstanding Mickens.
When were the shell casings found?
In November of 2005.
Okay. In the garage?
In the garage, Your Honor.
And how much, if anything, did the investigators know about his intellectual or emotional limitations?
Well, Your Honor, they had a couple of tips on February 27th. Of course, they didn't have access to his full psychological workup. But they did know on February 27th that this was a 16-year-old 10th grader who couldn't spell the word agent, who couldn't spell the word detective. And on March 1st, this was further confirmed when he couldn't spell rack or garage for them. These were cues that something was going on here. They also had cues on March 1st.
Misspellings of those words that should tip them off there's some problem?
They gave them at least some reason to suspect that there might be limitations here, and an additional reason to take special care in the questioning of Brendan Dassey. They still had a great deal of freedom in the questioning of Brendan Dassey, but they should not have said things that would have landed on someone of Brendan's age and limitations as a promise.
And what else besides the misspelling?
They knew that he was 16 years old, Your Honor, and in the 10th grade. They picked him up twice from his school and had had previous interactions with a school counselor, at which they could well have asked for Brendan Dassey's records, his extensive IEPs, and other special education records. But they had enough information to know that he was limited, and especially on March 1st, they should have known when they asked Brendan Dassey to produce the one piece of non-public information about this crime, that the true perpetrator should have known that she was shot in the head. And he responded by guessing with all these various different theories about how the murder happened, trying to inculpate himself in a murder, but not knowing how to describe the murder he supposedly committed.
So they knew he was a sophomore. They knew he was 16. Did they ask him about any special services he might be receiving?
Your Honor, the record does not reflect them asking what might have been a very simple question. Are you in regular classes or special education classes?
And the answer would have been there were a lot of regular classes. There were some special ed classes.
That's right. He was receiving special education support services. He had 3 IEPs.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly right.
And I guess the IEPs there was a supplemental filing about the fact that they were in the district court but not here. Is that right?
There was a supplemental filing after the argument last time because I had incorrectly answered Judge Williams' questions about whether there were an IEP in this case. I had said no and then realized after the fact that I was wrong. There, in fact, are 3 IEPs in the state court record, which is what that supplemental filing was directed towards.
So is it your position that with the misspellings that should have prompted them to ask if he was getting any special education services?
That certainly could have been one thing that they did, Your Honor. I don't think it is required as things currently stand, but prospectively moving forward, that certainly is something that an interrogator in these officers' position might do to avoid.
Do we know if interrogators are trained for tactics for people with limitations? I mean, you and I can sit here and say, well, of course, people with higher functioning are better able to deal with the abstract. People with lesser functioning, or, maybe a child, you need to be more concrete. But do we know that the police had any idea what they were supposed to be doing if they had known the things that you're talking about?
Well, Your Honor, the record doesn't speak to the type of training that these officers received. The record does include amicus brief by one of the leading interrogation training firms, Wicklander-Zulawski, which uses this interrogation video to train police officers how not to interrogate children.
So I would guess, though, that maybe the real question is whether that's relevant at all. Because if the ultimate question under the Supreme Court's precedent is whether the confession was voluntary, that's from Brendan's point of view. It's not from the police officer's point of view.
I think that's exactly right, Your Honor. The test directs us to look at the tactics used and weigh them against the individual suspect's characteristics.
Even if the tactics had been perfect, if you had evidence to show that the person who was being interrogated gave an involuntary confession, that would be enough to suppress it.
Well, I think that's right, subject to Colorado versus Connolly's requirement of police coercion. I think that's correct, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm. So coercion and voluntariness are somewhat different concepts.
Coercion, as the Connolly Court has told us, must first be shown in order to reach the conclusion of involuntariness. Mm-hmm. But that coercion must then be weighed against an individual defendant's ability to resist. And, as Miller-Fenton tells us, coercion itself must be defined with reference to our particular defendant's vulnerabilities. If this court does not measure the words said to Brendan by Brendan's ability to withstand them, then Miller versus Fenton has no meaning when it tells us that the voluntariness inquiry applies equally to cases in which the tactics are coercive only as applied to the unique characteristics of the particular suspect.
So why isn't that a completely subjective test that you say in your answer to the petition for a hearing you're not advocating?
Well, Your Honor, the Supreme Court has not spoken using the terms objective or subjective in this particular arena, but we know, for example, to draw an analogy, in JDB versus North Carolina, the court has said that it is quite feasible for state courts to take into account a child's age without doing damage to the nature of the custody analysis, without doing damage to the objective nature of that analysis. We also know that this court, in cases including U.S. v. Sturdivant, has said that voluntariness must be evaluated from the position of a reasonable person in the defendant's shoes.
Yeah, you're looking at page 116, I think, of Miller, where the court says, consistently held view that the admissibility of a confession turns as much on whether the techniques for extracting the statements as applied to this, in italics by the court, suspect, are compatible with a system that presumes innocence, etc.
That's exactly right, and it's reiterated also at page 109 to 10. Mm-hmm. That's exactly right.
Right. I think you're about to run out of time. If you would like to wrap up.
All right. If there are no further questions at this time, I would ask this court to affirm the district court's grant of habeas relief.
All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Berg, you have, how much time does he have? 5 minutes, as you reserved.
Investigators warned Dassey specifically, we can't make any promises, very early on. The Miranda warnings warned Dassey, anything you say can be used against you. That statement that we were talking about earlier, honesty will set you free, that came right after the officers warned Dassey, we can't make you any promises.
So do people never say contradictory things in interrogations? That seems like an extreme point.
A consistent theme to Dassey was...
So you agree that they could have said, we're not making any promises, and then they could have turned around 5 minutes later and made a promise.
Of course they could have.
Right. So the question is, did they, not could it have happened?
They didn't, because that statement re-invoked the theme that he needed to get it off his chest, that the only way that he was going to be free of the images in his mind, the video in his head, they use that language.
Well, which they have assumed is all, they assume that this video in his mind is there. They assume that he knows all of these things. And I guess I'm not really at rest about what he actually knows, that they don't tell him, Brendan, we already know all of this. How about the gun? How about the this? How about the that?
The point is that they made very clear that they couldn't make any promises, and the point I'm trying to make is that the idiom was just re-invoking a theme, which was, you should get these things out of your mind, you should get them off of your chest. They said that repeatedly in the first interview. So there's no way he would have interpreted that as a promise. In any event, we're on habeas here. This is now the 6th time that a court has reviewed this case in a decade.
Right, and a number of courts have found that
there's
there's a real problem with this. You've got the district court, magistrate judge, and you've got the panel in this case. So I don't know that this is a slam dunk.
And when we look at the language that was used when in terms of saying their fathers, they say we're cops, we're investigators and stuff like that, but I'm not right now. I'm a father that has a kid your age too. There's nothing I'd like more than to come over and give you a hug because I know you're hurting. Talk about it. I promise I will not leave you high and dry. And other things that they say suggesting that all he has to do is tell them and then everything will be all right.
in all of the filings, in all of the opinions, you will not find a single case, not one. Not from the Supreme Court, not from a federal court, not from a state court, not on de novo review, not on habeas review. You will not find one case finding a confession involuntary in circumstances similar to this. All of the cases that we have that are even remotely close to this case go exactly the same way. Courts have consistently held that minor lies about what they know is not coercive. They've held that vague assurances are not coercive. Fatherly manner is not coercive. Courts have consistently held that.
All of that may be true, but the question is the recipient. I mean, we're trying to figure out, when they know that this is a 16-year-old at a minimum, whether saying those things, if I were to say things to my 4-year-old grandson, he's not going to understand it the way you would, or at least I hope that maybe you've moved a bit beyond my wonderful grandson, William. But you say things to an adult that are not the same as you would say things to a younger person.
Absolutely.
I pause it right here because this is basically what I said a few minutes ago. Brendan, in his mind, he's not going to understand what they're saying in the same capacity as they're saying. And he doesn't understand the implications of those words either. That's another hugely important part. Kids don't understand that. Even relatively intelligent kids. Now, ones that have been around the justice system, have been in trouble, they know, because they may have been, held at a juvenile facility for X amount of days, whatever, for something they've done. They get it. But Brendan has no idea. He's never been in trouble.
No, exactly, Jack. The only thing that Brendan had involvement with the police at all was on the bloody telly. And we know it is completely different on the telly in a cop show or something like that than what it is in real life. That Wayne was brought up to respect his elders. So even though they're turning around and they're saying to Brendan, now you don't have to talk to us, Brendan, you can get up and you can walk out at any time. There is no way that Wayne knew or understood that is something that he could do. But then you've also got to take into the fact that if Brendan did realise and was able to do what they said he did and no speak to them and get up and walk out and say, I'm not speaking to you, I want to leave now, they would stand in front of the door, and then if Brendan tried to push them out the way to get out, then he's getting charged with assaulting a police officer. You know what I mean? So they say all this bullshit about how reading your Miranda rights, that you don't have to speak to us, you can get up and you can walk out. Well, we know that's not true, because just take the Garrett Phillips case with the guy Hillary. Yeah, with the guy Hillary. realized he clicked, and he was a fully grown, cognitive, intelligent man, and he went on his own free will to the police station. And
they
they
blocked
done
the
the
door.
same thing and told her, you don't have to speak to us. You can get up and you can walk out if you want. And when they questioned him in a certain way and he picked up on it, that's exactly what he did. And they stood in front of that door so that he couldn't get out. And if he'd have touched them in any way whatsoever, then he would have been getting arrested for assaulting a police officer.
Sure.
You know, so there's no way Brendan knew that that was something that he could do. So there was no way that he would have even attempted it.
Right.
Agree.
That's right. I agree. Yep, totally. They weren't going to let him go. They had
No
to have
way.
the story. Yeah. All right.
Yep.
I'm going to back it up one click, and we're right at the end here. We've got about a couple minutes.
Things to an adult that are not the same as you would say things to a younger person.
Absolutely.
And so the fact that there may be cases where adult defendants have heard things that are these exact same words doesn't tell you whether saying them to a child is coercive.
Absolutely. But the two closest
I'll
analogs.
send you to your room for the rest of your life. You're being so annoying today. And, you know, maybe the kid thinks you're really going to send him to his room for the rest of his life.
The two closest cases we have are Fair v. Michael C. and Etherly. Fair involved a 16-year-old. The officer said things that are nearly identical to what the investigator said here, and the Supreme Court held that they were far from threatening or coercive. In Etherly, you have a 15-year-old
But
who
surely
was
they would
less...
look at each case. The Supreme Court never said, we are making this ruling for all time. We need to look at exactly what was said in each case and exactly to whom.
Absolutely, that's right. It's a totality test.
Right, and it doesn't rule out limitations of the individual.
But totality tests are broad, they're open-ended, and so there's more room for disagreement. This court and the Supreme Court have consistently said that for broad, open-ended tests, state courts have even more leeway. So you don't need a case that's exactly on point, sure, but you need one that's very close. It has to be clear beyond reasonable dispute, such that no fair-minded jurist could disagree. The Supreme Court has used a lot of different words to express this concept, to say it's got to be very close.
All right, I see your yellow and now your red piece of paper, so if you'd like to wrap up in one sentence, you may do so.
The whole point of AEDPA is to prevent the second guessing of juries and state courts a decade later. The district court and the panel majority did exactly that. Please reverse.
All right, thank you. Thank you as well to counsel for Mr. Dassey. The court will take the case under advisement. Be at recess.
All right, the rest of that's just a bunch of damn noise. I'm not going to play that. That's the end of the oral arguments. As sickening as they were to listen to this guy. AEDPA was not completely about preventing habeas that many defendants did. It was the Anti-Terrorism and Death Penalty Act. So that was completely misleading what he said. They included a bunch of new language in that, and I'm not a lawyer. I mean, I don't think Travis would necessarily disagree with what I just said. This whole thing, as I remember reading about the AEDPA, was because of they didn't want these terrorists that got arrested to be able to get out. But then they included a bunch of other things that severely limited the federal court's ability to correct what they feel is a bad situation going on in the state courts. So severely crippled them. So
yeah, and it was your Clinton that put that in motion, wasn't it? And he's after like a wee while ago or something like that, he's actually came out and said it was the worst mistake he ever made.
Yeah, he did. All right.
Court, Travis says the court is supposed to weigh factors, but with murder charge, They all weigh in favour of transfer.
Let me get back over there to that. The court is supposed to weigh factors, but with a murder charge, all weigh in favor of transfer. That's correct, Jack. And then the Supreme Court interpreted EDPA to have these extra requirements. Yeah, that's what I
He's
remember
talking
reading.
about there was a conversation going on kind of in the chat about the age that a child can be have their case made into an adult case, and that's kind of what that goes to.
Yeah, age 14, I think Travis said earlier in Wisconsin. Okay, as promised, we've talked a lot. That whole the oral arguments was about an hour, so we've talked a lot and added our commentary, which I think I had to do. I know Doc and Alice and others felt the need to, because I just see it as a completely ridiculous case. Brendan was a pawn in this chess game that the state was playing with Avery. They wanted him jailed. They wanted the deposition stopped. They wanted him jailed. Period. End of story. That's what I see as the truth. And they were prepared to do whatever they had to do it. So anyway, this is the document. It basically, this is kind of it's a history. You can see it's dated here at the bottom. I'll pull it up a little bit. From September 26th, which was basically when I think right before or right on the day, maybe it's dated the day of the En Banc, through decided December 8th, 2017. So basically September, October, November, December, basically 2.5 months they made their decision. And it's about 70 pages, I think. I'm going to leave it up to my helpers, my readers here that's going to help me read this document. If you want to do this now, or if you want to wait, and I can make this into 2 parts and we can read it, another night. I'm fine doing it. It's going to take about an hour. And that's without...
I won't be able to stay that long, but that doesn't mean that you guys can't do it. And
yeah, I understand.
Sundays are turning out to be a problem for me because that's when my family just randomly decide to drop in on me, it seems. But it's not about me. So if everybody else can, read it, that's fine too.
Susan, how you feeling?
I feel fine, Jack.
Well, you want to go through this? I'm good to go through it, but I'm going to need help. I don't want to read for an hour, and I certainly wouldn't expect you to read for an hour. There's me, you, Cherie.
I'm happy to read.
Excellent.
And I can read. If you want me to start the reading, I can read the first part or the first however many pages. It's up to you guys.
Well, I was going to read just a little bit and then hand it over, and then I can hand it over to you. Then maybe you can read, 5 or 8 pages, whatever. Find a natural break, and then turn it over to Susan to handle for a while, and then she can take a break and we'll hand it back. If Cherie wants to read, that's fine too. So I don't know if you guys have the document. Yep.
Sorry, Jack. Travis is saying, read the first decision. It shows that this panel got it. That decision is after a different argument and they didn't get it.
I'm not sure what
Not
Travis
sure what he means by that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know we've got Duffin's decision, which was well.
No, I think Travis is talking about the very first En Banc, where there were 3 judges.
Oh,
is that what Travis is talking about?
Yeah, that wasn't. That's not an En Banc. That was just the 7th Circuit, the 3-panel
7th
judge.
Circuit. Okay.
Yeah, that was.
This has Hamilton.
This has them all. Well, not all. I'm gonna scroll down to the first. Scroll down.
Yeah, that's what Travis says. The very first result where Brendan Dassey actually won 2-1.
Yeah. I don't even know if I had. I don't even know if we have that. Circuit Judges Flom and Barrett did not participate in the consideration or decision of this case. I find that very interesting. And why didn't they? If they're on the panel. Hold on. Let me see if I have
Oh,
that.
Travis is saying you were playing the 3-judge panel, not the 7th Circuit.
No.
I mean, not the En
No.
Banc.
No, the one I just played was the En Banc. What it's dated.
Are you sure?
Well, that's what it's dated.
Because did we hear all those judges?
There were
All the ones-
definitely more than 3 judges. There
Yeah,
were
we heard
definitely more than 3 judges.
At least, and they were on the 3 panel. It was
Right.
just, what,
heard
Rubner, Wood, and Hamilton, something like
Yep.
that?
Yep. And we heard Hamilton, Sykes, Rovner. We heard several judges. Now this was the En Banc.
Yeah.
Double check that file this second.
There were only 3 judges talking in that.
I think there were more than that.
No, there was definitely more than 3 judges.
Yep, the very first one, there was Judge Williams, Judge Rovner, and Judge Hamilton. In the second one, we definitely heard more than 3 judges because the lady who said you must lose, that was when they had 7 judges there.
That's right. That was Sykes. And
Yeah.
that's the one I played. September 26th, 2000. Let's see. What's this date? Yeah, September 26th, 2017. The other one was we've already played. I did that one back, I think earlier August. Was dated February 14th, 2017. We've already played that one. That was their first oral argument. Well, this was definitely the second oral argument, which was the En Banc.
Yeah.
So anyway, all right. Let's get started on this, and let me get this blown up where it's. Do you have your own copy, guys? Did you download the document that I put in the open mic text?
I have my copy.
I'm gonna blow this up just a little bit. I don't want to overblow it. Okay, I think that's about right there. Okay, I'll start off and read just a little bit, and then I'm going to hand it over to you, Rhonda. Okay, appeal from the United States District Court for the Eastern District of Wisconsin, November 4th. Well, it's got the document number. William Duffin, magistrate. Argued September 26th, 2017. Decided December 8th, 2017. So basically, not even really 2.5 months. Before Wood, Chief Judge, and Easterbrook, Can, Rovner, Williams, Sykes, and Hamilton circuit judges, and it's got the footnote, it's not even a footnote, it's an asterisk. I've already read that. Flom and Barrett did not participate. Hamilton circuit judge, petitioner Brendan Dassey, confessed on a videotape to participating in the 2005 rape and murder of Teresa Halbach and the mutilation of her corpse. The Wisconsin State Courts upheld Dassey's convictions for these crimes, finding that his confession was voluntary and could be used against him. The principal issue is this habeas corpus appeal is whether that finding was based on an unreasonable application of Supreme Court precedent or an unreasonable view of the facts. See Statute 2254D. Whether Dassey's confession was voluntary or not is not measured against a general standard that takes into the account of the totality of the circumstances. It gives the citations. Some factors would tend to support a finding that Dassey's confession was not voluntary. His youth, his limited intellectual ability, some suggestions by the interrogators, their broad assurances to a vulnerable suspect that honesty would produce leniency in and inconsistencies in Dassey's confession. Many other factors, however, point toward a finding that it was voluntary. Dassey spoke with interrogators freely after receiving and understanding his Miranda warnings and with his mother's consent. The interrogation took place in a comfortable setting without any physical coercion or intimidation, without even raised voices, and over a relatively brief time. Dassey provided many of the most damning details himself in response to open-ended questions. On a number of occasions, he resisted the interrogator's strong suggestions on particular details. Also, the investigators made no specific promises of leniency. After the state courts found that the confession was voluntary, a federal district court and a divided panel of this court found that the state's court decision was unreasonable and that Dassey was entitled to a writ of habeas corpus. We granted En Banc to review to consider the application of the deferential standard of statute 2254D and the implications of the panel decision for interrogations of juvenile suspects. The state court's finding that Dassey's confession was voluntary was not beyond fair debate, but we conclude it was reasonable. We reversed the grant of Dassey's petition for a writ of habeas corpus. Part 1 provides an overview of the applicable law. Part 2 sets forth the relevant facts about Teresa Halbach's murder, Dassey's confession, and court proceedings. Part 3 applies to the law and the relevant facts, keeping in mind the deference we must give under Statute 2254D to state court decisions as to which reasonable judges might differ. I apologize. All right, Rhonda, I'm going to hand it over to you on number 1, applicable law.
Let's see, is that on page 4?
It's on page 3.
Oh, done right there. Okay. The applicable law. We first discuss our standard of review under the Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act of 1996, and then describe the Supreme Court's clearly established law for when a confession, particularly a confession by a 16-year-old like Dassey, is deemed voluntary and admissible. A. Deference under EDPA. In considering habeas corpus petitions challenging state court convictions, quote, our review is governed and greatly limited by, end quote, EDPA. And then there's citations. The standards in 28 U.S.C. 2254D were designed to, quote, prevent federal habeas retrials and to ensure that state court convictions were given effect to the extent possible under law. Quoting Bell v. Cone provides that a state court conviction cannot be overturned unless the state court's adjudication of a federal claim on the merits. 1. Resulted in a decision that was contrary to or involved an unreasonable application of clearly established federal law as determined by the Supreme Court of the United States, or 2. Resulted in a decision that was based on an unreasonable determination of the facts in light of the evidence presented in the state court proceeding. The decision federal courts look to is the, quote, last reasoned state court decision, end quote, to decide the merits of the case, even if the state Supreme Court then denied discretionary review. John V. Williams. In this case, we look to the Wisconsin Court of Appeals decision that Dassey's confession was voluntary. I'm going to jump down. Yeah, I'm going to read the footnote before I go on. On October 30th, 2017, the Supreme Court heard argument in Wilson v. Sellers, where one question is whether federal courts in habeas cases should continue to quote-unquote look through state Supreme Court summary decisions on the merits to the last state court decision that provided an explanation. See generally Hitson v. Chapman. Ginsburg J. concurring in denial of certiorari. If the court holds in Wilson that federal courts reviewing a state Supreme Court summary denial of review should give that the state courts the benefit of any merits rationale the record could support, or review would become even more deferential, so the outcome here would not change. The standard for legal errors under 2254D1 was meant to be difficult to satisfy. Harrington v. Richter. The issue is not whether federal judges agree with the state court decision or even whether the state court decision was correct. The issue is whether the decision was unreasonably wrong under an objective standard. Williams v. Taylor. Put another way, we ask whether the state court decision, quote, was so lacking in justification that there was an error well understood and comprehended in existing law beyond any possibility of fair-minded disagreement, end quote. The existing law that applies is limited to that of the Supreme Court of the United States, which has instructed the lower federal courts to uphold a state court conviction unless the record, quote, cannot under any reasonable interpretation of the court's controlling legal standard support a certain ruling, end quote. Panetti v. Quarterman. Even if we were to consider the approach in past Supreme Court decisions outmoded, as the dissent suggests, a state court's decision consistent with the Supreme Court's approach could not be unreasonable under EDPA. As a result, federal habeas relief from state convictions is rare. It is reversed for those relatively uncommon cases in which state courts veer well outside the channels of reasonable decision-making about federal constitutional claims. EDPA deference is not conclusive, however. Where the record shows that the state courts have strayed from clearly established federal law, we can and do grant relief. For example, in Richardson v. Griffin, and then it cites a bunch of other cases. Review of the state court factual findings under EDPA is similarly deferential. Under 2254D2, federal courts cannot declare, quote, state court factual determinations unreasonable merely because we would have reached a different conclusion in the first instance, end quote. Brumfield v. Kane, 227, internal quotation marks and citation omitted. EDPA does not permit.
Sorry, Rhonda, just before you start again. I don't know. I had a potty break, so I don't know if you noticed that Travis has put a few things in the chat. He says, stop, look at what you read, Jack, Doc, and panel. If this is the issue at the top of the opinion, how is this going to turn out? The principal issue in this habeas corpus appeal is whether that finding was based on an unreasonable application of Supreme Court precedents or an unreasonable view of the facts. Principal issue, unreasonable application of the Supreme Court precedent. The issue is whether the decision was unreasonably wrong under the objective standard, Williams v. Taylor, and then he cites the case law 929 US 326.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the chat. I'm reading my own documents, so I'm not seeing anything he's saying.
Yeah, I had to roll over to the chat. Yeah, this is just the way I see this is written. I know I've read this at least a couple of times, but it's been a while. And they're providing, their what they've done basically, and then they're going to go through and explain it. That's how I read this particular document. They're going to explain how they arrived at their decision. All right. Go ahead, Rhonda.
Let's see. EDPA does not permit federal courts to supersede the trial court's determination if a review of the record shows only that reasonable minds might disagree about the finding in question. But again, quote, deference does not imply abandonment or abdication of judicial review and does not by definition preclude relief, end quote. B, the law of confessions. The Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment forbids the admission of an involuntary confession in evidence in a criminal prosecution, Miller v. Fenton. In deciding whether a confession was voluntary, courts assess, quote, the totality of all the surrounding circumstances, both the characteristics of the accused and the details of the interrogation, end quote. The purpose, and then on these citations collecting relevant factors, the purpose of this test is to determine whether, quote, the defendant's will was in fact overborne, end quote. The Supreme Court's many cases applying the voluntariness test have not distilled the doctrine into a comprehensive set of hard rules, though prohibitions on physical coercion are absolute. Mincy v. Arizona. The statements resulted from, quote, virtually continuous questioning of a seriously and painfully wounded man on the edge of consciousness, end quote. In Brown v. Mississippi, we're talking about brutality and violence. Sorry. It's hard to read these sometimes with all the citations. EDPA does not, quote, require state and federal courts to wait for some nearly identical factual pattern before a legal rule must be applied, end quote, because, quote, even a general standard may be applied in an unreasonable manner, end quote. In Panetti, quoting Carey v. Musladin, concurring in the judgment, and it talks about Yarborough v. Alvarado. We talked about that before, I think. Nevertheless, applying a general standard like voluntariness, quote, can demand a substantial element of judgment, end quote, and determining whether that judgment is reasonable, quote, requires considering the rule's specificity, end quote. Quote, the more general the rule, the more leeway courts have in reaching outcomes in case-by-case determinations, end quote. And upholding the state court Miranda conclusion where factors pointed in opposite directions. The state courts had such leeway here, and in the end, that leeway is decisive as we apply the test of 2254D1. This general standard has some specific requirements to guide courts. First, a person arguing his confession was involuntary must show that the police engaged in coercive practices. Colorado v. Conley. Physically abusive interrogation tactics would constitute coercion per se. Bunch of citations, and physical violence is per se coercion, overruled on other grounds by Jackson v. Deno. We may talk about coercion and brutality. And in United States v. Jenkins, physical abuse is coercion per se. Miller v. Fenton is the same. Interrogation tactics short of physical force can amount to coercion. I want to read that again just for emphasis. Interrogation tactics short of physical force can amount to coercion. The court has condemned tactics designed to exhaust suspects physically and mentally. Such tactics include long interrogation sessions or prolonged detention paired with repeated but relatively short questioning. And in Davis v. North Carolina, finding coercive the practice of repeated interrogations over 16 days while the suspect was being held incommunicado. The Supreme Court has not found that police tactics not involving physical or mental exhaustion, taken alone, were sufficient to show involuntariness. In several cases, the court has held that officers may deceive suspects through appeals to a suspect's conscience by posing as a false friend and by other means of trickery and bluff. Procunier v. Ashley regarding the suspect was deceived in confessing to false friend to obtain insurance payout to children and stepchildren. And in Frazier v. Cup, was deceiving suspect about another suspect's confession. False promises to a suspect have similarly not been seen as pro se coercion, at least if they are not quite specific. Arizona v. Fulminante regards rejecting language in Brown v. United States, stating that a confession could not be obtained by, quote, any direct or implied promise, end quote. Well, so I'm just going to ask the question. So wouldn't it be considered what Fassbender and Uyghur, didn't they imply promises?
They did. That's the way I took it during the interrogations. We're in your corner. We're not going to abandon you. We're going to help you.
Yeah. I have a son your age.
Yeah. I'm a cop, but
This
right
will
now
go better
I'm a father.
for you. Yeah.
I just want to come over and give you a big hug.
Yeah.
Those are all
touching him on the
implications.
knee, which makes me sick.
Yeah. It's all implications of something. You're going to be, we think you're going to be okay.
Yeah.
He did say that. All these are promises.
You didn't do you weren't the one who did something wrong.
Yeah, these were all, I mean, to me, they were promises of leniency. I agree with you.
Yeah, that's how my mind is thinking of it. Okay. But finding promise to protect suspect from threatened violence by others rendered confession involuntary.
They put a lot of citations in here. You don't have to read them if you don't want to, unless it's necessary for the sentence.
To give context. Yeah, those are. I was just trying to reread that. Finding promise to protect suspect from threatened violence by others rendered confession involuntary. Okay. False promises may be evidence of involuntariness, at least when paired with more coercive practices or especially vulnerable defendants as part of the totality of the circumstances. In Lynham v. Illinois, pre-Miranda confession found involuntary based on false promise of leniency to indigent mother with young children, combined with threats to remove her children and to terminate welfare benefits along with other factors. But the Supreme Court allows police interrogators to tell a suspect that, quote, a cooperative attitude, end quote, would be to his benefit, which is exactly what they did to Brendan. In Fair v. Michael C., regarding reversing finding that confession was involuntary. Supreme Court precedents do not draw bright lines on this subject. In assessing voluntariness, courts must weigh the tactics and setting of the interrogation alongside any particular vulnerabilities of the suspect, Bustamante. Relevant factors include the suspect's age, intelligence, and education, as well as his familiarity with the criminal justice system, the R word. And then in these cases, Withrow and Michael C. Regarding significant criminal justice experience.
Which
Clueless,
Brendan didn't have.
No. And in Clueless v. Texas, limited educational attainment. Okay. And then the interaction between the suspect's vulnerabilities and the police tactics may signal coercion, even in the absence of physical coercion or threats. The Supreme Court has made it clear that juvenile confessions call for quote-unquote special care in evaluating voluntariness. And there's a bunch of citations. In juvenile cases, the law is particularly concerned with whether a friendly adult is present for or consents to the interrogation. In Regal, Gallegos, Haley, those are the citations for that. Concerns about physical exhaustion, naivete about friendly police in the context of an adversarial police interview, and intellectual disability also take on heightened importance for assessing whether a juvenile's will was overborne. And I will read the footnote and then I'll let somebody else start with that next paragraph, if that's okay.
Sure.
Footnote 2. We have reservations about the use of quote-unquote suggestibility as a factor in this analysis, at least on these facts. Dassey relies heavily on the results of the Johnson suggestibility scale test, measuring him as more susceptible to fabrication than 95 people out of 100, given slight prodding by questioners. The Johnson test is administered by reading a short story aloud to an examinee and then later asking leading questions about it. The more answers that change in response to mild pressure, the more suggestible the examinee is. The administration of this test for people with intellectual disabilities has been criticized because they may have good recall of their own lived experiences, but poor recall of facts not relevant to their lives. Paul Wilner, Assessment of Capacity to Participate in Court Proceedings, a Selective Critique of Some Recommendations. Okay, that's a citation, sorry. This criticism mirrors Dassey's own testimony that his recall was better for lived experiences. In any event, the state's expert forcefully contested both the administration of and meaning of Dassey's Johnson test at trial. We cannot draw conclusions from these disputed results. I'll just read that last.
Oh, sorry.
You're fine. You're fine. Sorry. Go ahead.
As we detail below, Dassey's case presents different factors pointing in opposite directions. Those most important to our analysis include his age and intellectual ability, the physical circumstances of the interrogation, the manner and actions of the police in questioning Dassey, including bluffing about what they knew and assuring him of the value of honesty. Dassey's resistance or receptiveness to suggestions by interrogators, and the extent to which he provided the most incriminating information in response to open-ended, non-leading questions. Number 2, the murder, the interrogation, and the convictions. A, the murder of Teresa Halbach. With the applicable law in mind, we turn to the horrifying murder of Teresa Halbach and then the circumstances of Dassey's confession. More detailed accounts are available in the panel, district court, and state court opinions. See Dassey v. Dittman, State v. Dassey. Affirming convictions of Dassey's uncle, State v. Avery. In 2005, Teresa Halbach was a young photographer with her own business based in Calumet County, Wisconsin. On October 31, her last appointment of the day was at Avery's Auto Salvage to photograph a van for an advertisement. Halbach never returned from that appointment. A few days later, during a missing person search, her car was found at the salvage yard. Her blood stained the car's interior. A further search turned up Halbach's charred remains in a burn pit on the property, along with shell casings on the floor of Stephen Avery's garage. B. Dassey's early police interviews. Police investigators spoke with a number of Avery relatives in early November, including an hour-long interview of his 16-year-old nephew, Brendan Dassey, who lived close by. Dassey said he had seen Teresa taking pictures at the salvage yard on the afternoon of October 31. Brendan did? I don't think so. But he resisted the suggestion that she had entered Avery's home. They're talking about Bobby here, aren't they?
Yep.
Wow. At that time, he provided no other useful information. Well, that's just totally wrong.
Yep. It was Bobby that said he saw Teresa taking the
Yeah.
photo, not Brendan.
Right? Several months later, though, investigators received word that Dassey had been crying uncontrollably and had lost about 40 pounds of weight. They proceeded to interview him a total of 3 times on February 27, 2006.
They sure left a bunch out of that. Holy cow.
Wow. And what did Brendan say he lost? 5 pounds, 8 pounds, something like
Something
that?
like that, yeah, because of a girl.
Wow. In these voluntary witness interviews, it became clear that Dassey knew much more about Teresa's murder. Dassey was not in custody on February 27th. He signed and initialed a Miranda waiver, and his mother consented, though she did not sit in. In those interviews, Dassey admitted that on October 31st, he had gone over to Avery's trailer around 9 p.m. to help with a bonfire. He told the police that he had seen parts of a human body. He also said that Avery had threatened to hurt him if he spoke to the police. When the police asked about a pair of bleach-stained jeans they had learned about from another family member, Dassey admitted that he had helped Avery clean up a spill on the garage floor late that night. But Dassey claimed to have nothing to do with Teresa's death. C. The March 1st interview and confession. 1. The circumstances of the interview. After those interviews, investigators thought Dassey had been a witness to at least the aftermath of the terrible crime and was struggling with the horror of what he had seen. On March 1st, the investigators, Mark Wiegert and Tom Fassbender, obtained his mother's permission for another interview.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. She was in court, divorce court. They took Dassey from his high school to a local sheriff's department where he was questioned without the presence of a friendly adult. In the car, the investigators gave Dassey standard Miranda warnings about his right to remain silent, his right to an attorney, and the possibility that statements he gave could be used against him. Dassey orally acknowledged the warnings, and he initialed and signed a written Miranda waiver form. He and the officers chatted during the ride. The three took a short detour to Dassey's home to retrieve his pair of bleach-stained jeans. which were kept as evidence. When they arrived at the sheriff's department, Dassey confirmed that he understood his rights and still wanted to talk to them. The interview took place in a so-called quote-unquote soft interview room equipped for videotaping. Dassey sat on a couch facing 2 officers and a camera. Over the next 3 hours, Dassey was repeatedly offered food, drinks, restroom breaks, and opportunities to rest. At no point in the interview did the investigators threaten Dassey or his family, nor did they attempt to intimidate him physically. They did not even raise their voices. Neither investigator tried to prevent Dassey from leaving the room, nor did they use any sort of force to compel him to answer questions. Dassey never refused to answer questions, never asked to have counsel or his mother present, and never tried to stop the interview.
Because he didn't know any better.
Yep. Many times he didn't answer anything. They just kept talking. Number 2, the first hour of questioning. One officer began by telling Dassey how he could help the investigation since, quote, this information and that information, end quote, from previous accounts needed, quote, just a little tightening up, end quote. Sensing that Dassey may have held back for whatever reasons, the officer assured Dassey that Mike and I are both in your corner. We're on your side. Acknowledging Dassey's potential concern that talking to the police meant he might get arrested and stuff like that, the investigator urged Dassey to tell the whole truth. Don't leave anything out. Talking could be in Dassey's best interest, even though it might make you look a little bad or make you look like you were more involved than you want to be. Because admitting to unfortunate facts would leave no doubt you're telling the truth. The first investigator closed by saying that, from what I'm seeing, even if I filled in some holes in Dassey's story, I'm thinking you're all right, okay? You don't have to worry about things. We know what Steve and Avery did. We just need to hear the whole story from you. The other investigator went next. Honesty here, Brendan, is the thing that's going to help you, okay? No matter what you did, we can work through that, okay? We can't make any promises, but we'll stand behind you no matter what you did, okay? Because you're being the good guy here. And by you talking with us, it's helping you, okay? Because the honest person is the one who's going to get a better deal out of everything.
See, this part here.
That's not promising.
Yeah, this part here, I don't know how many are out there listening to this garbage, but it's so apparent of what they did and how a slow 16-year-old kid, introverted kid at that, would understand that. We're in your corner, we're on your side, we think you're going to be okay, no matter, things took a little bad. They knew exactly what they were doing psychologically. They didn't have to get out the rubber gloves, the hose and the bright light. Didn't have to happen that way.
Nope.
I'll pause right here while we're stopped. Any questions or anything that we need to talk about, Alice? You've been watching the chat.
I've been keeping an eye on chat, Jack. It's just conversations. Travis has been answering a few questions in chat. I love Trump says if they had used that statement about a one branch family tree, that would have spoke to his IQ and whether or not he could be overborn.
Yeah, that statement came out in Brendan's 2010 hearings. by Michael O'Kelly. It was a email, I guess, that he has sent to O'Kelly and Fassbender, Uyghur, and probably even Kratz, and maybe even Fallon and Gahn. I don't know if they were on that email or not. Yeah, it was a horrific email that he sent out.
Yeah.
Horrific. Okay.
Okay. After Dassey nodded in agreement, the investigator continued. You know, honesty is the only thing that will set you free, right? And we know, like Tom said, we know. We reviewed those tapes. We pretty much know everything. That's why we're talking to you again today. We really need you to be honest with everything, okay? As long as you be honest with us, it's okay. If you lie about it, that's going to be problems, okay? Does that sound fair?
What tapes is he talking about? We reviewed those tapes. What tapes?
The previous interview?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I read this before and questioned it. I don't know. All right, continue on. Sorry for interrupting.
Dassey again nodded, and the questioning turned to the events, October 31. Over the course of the next 3 hours, with several breaks as the investigators conferred outside the room, Dassey told an even more disturbing and incriminating story about October 31st. In the first hour, Dassey admitted that he received a telephone call from Avery, went over to Avery's garage in the 6 o'clock hour, and found Teresa already dead in her car. Dassey then said he helped Avery lower Teresa's bound body onto a creeper used to work underneath an automobile, which he and Avery used to take her body outside and throw her onto the already burning bonfire. At that point, less than an hour into the interview, Dassey's story pivoted dramatically. Dassey revised his story to say that he first noticed something amiss in the 4 o'clock hour. Dassey volunteered that when he was out getting the mail, he heard a woman screaming inside Avery's trailer. Dassey knocked on Avery's door, ostensibly to deliver a piece of mail, and a sweaty Avery answered the door. They had to put sweaty in this decision?
Yeah.
Give me a fucking break.
Sweaty. They
Oh
copied
my
Kratz.
God. Kratz loved that when he read it. Guarantee
Sure
you.
he did. I'm sure he did. Got wood and all.
Dassey said he then saw Teresa alive, naked, and handcuffed to Avery's bed. Dassey said he went inside at Avery's invitation and had a soda, while Avery told him that he had raped Teresa. Dassey said that at Avery's urging, he then raped Teresa, having intercourse against her will as she was bound to the bed, and as she protested and begged him to stop. After the rape, Dassey reported he then watched television with Avery for a while. Oh my God, it's so stupid. In Dassey's telling, he next helped Avery subdue and kill Teresa and move her to the garage. In response to questioning and prodding, Dassey told a confusing story about these critical events. Dassey said that Avery stabbed Teresa with a large knife, that her handcuffs were removed, and that she was tied up with rope. He also said that Avery cut off some of her hair with that large knife, that he, Dassey, cut her throat with the same knife, and that at some point Avery choked or punched her. All these events reportedly happened by 6 or 6:30 p.m. Footnote 3. Given the damage to Teresa's body, few of these details could have been confirmed or contradicted by the surviving physical evidence. But what did survive elsewhere does not necessarily vindicate Dassey. For example, Dassey contends that no handcuff marks were found on the headboard of Stephen Avery's bed. but a thin plastic film from a substance used in rope manufacturing was found on the headboard. What?
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Number 4. This portion of Dassey's confession also led to another search of Stephen Avery's garage that uncovered perhaps the most powerful physical evidence in the investigation: a bullet fragment with Teresa Haubuck's DNA on it.
Oh wait, so that pile of bones in his backyard wasn't the most powerful,
Yeah.
or the
Yeah,
raft
no
floor?
shit.
This son of a bitch is found 5 months later, but it's the most powerful evidence. Oh my God, these people! Swear to God.
Teresa's DNA. Thank you, Sherry. The details and sequence of these events changed repeatedly. However, as investigators pressed Dassey for more details, this portion of the interrogation provides the most support for Dassey's claims that his confession was both involuntary and unreliable. Oh, that was footnote 4.
Yeah, it's
When
fine.
they found the bullet. Yeah.
Yeah.
For example, because the recovered remnants of Teresa's skull contained trace amounts of lead, the investigators believed that Teresa had been shot in the head. They were eager for Dassey to describe what else was done to her head besides cutting and punching. In this exchange, Dassey did not provide the answer they were looking for. He offered what seemed like guesses. The investigators abandoned their vague admonitions to tell the truth. They lost patience and blurted out, Wiegert, all right, I'm just going to come out and ask you, who shot her in the head? Brendan, he did. Fassbender, then why didn't you tell us that? Brendan, because I couldn't think of it. Fassbender, now you remember it? Brendan nods yes. Tell us about that then. Dassey continued to do so over the whole course of the March 1st interview, revising upwards the number of times Teresa was shot from twice to 3 times, and then up to 10 times. Footnote 5. Throughout the interview, however, Dassey resisted all suggestions that he personally ever shot Teresa, and he described his discomfort with guns from a young age.
So
Dassey,
he changed his story a bunch of times, but that don't matter.
yeah, what the God? Yeah. Dassey also revised the location of the shooting, first outside the garage, then inside Teresa's car, then on the floor of the garage. After this shifting exchange about the shooting, the first hour of the March 1st interview concluded with Dassey explaining how he and Avery put Teresa's body on the fire, how they moved her car, and finally, how they cleaned up the stain in Avery's garage before Dassey went home.
But they found no blood. There's no DNA. None. And they're also leaving out the majority of this time. Now they're here for an hour. The majority of this time, Wiegert and Fassbender are doing, what was it, 80% of the talking? I don't remember the numbers from it was.
Absolutely.
Hey,
He
Jack.
also said they put Teresa on the fire hole.
Yeah, we know that's not true.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what is it, Rhonda?
Travis says in the chat, I will give you $1 if you skip to page 40.
I don't know what's on page 40, but I'll almost take him up on this. This stuff is just, it's crazy because, I mean, to me, they've already gotten several things incorrect, starting with who was taking photos. Go ahead.
You know, with stuff like that, it seems like you should be able to dispute this. You know, when they get facts wrong, they're basing their opinion on facts, right?
Supposed to be.
I don't know. Do you want to skip to 40 or do you want to keep going?
Oh, what's on 40? We're on page 17. Hold on, let me see.
The same thing happened in Luke's case as well, Susan. I was reading, I started reading his appeal papers again, and his 2008 appeal, right at the very beginning of his appeal, they, they state in it that Jodie's sister Janine was living in the same house as Jodie and Judith and Joseph, which is a load of bullshit because Janine moved out and moved in with a granny when she was 14, and Jodie was going to move out as well because they were off here to the brother. But in the actual document, it says that Janine was living with a mother when she wasn't. She was living with a granny.
Do you
So
mean in
something.
the decision, Alice?
Sorry?
In the decision? The appeal
Yeah, this
decision, or?
Yeah, this was in his appeal decision right at the beginning. Is giving you a description of, you know, the case, how they start off on the 30th of June 2003, Jodie, blah 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 blah, and it goes on about that, and it says that Judith was living in the same house as Jodie, and that is not true.
Yeah, it's really frustrating when they get
Yeah.
details wrong.
It is.
Yeah.
It looks
But
like
then if they're getting it for the court papers, you know, and like we know in Stephen and Brendan's case and Luke's case, that the police lied, they didn't do reports, they had information, you know, so these appeal judges and courts are gone on what the actual trial documents are. And if the trial documents are wrong with the information that's in them, then how can the other judges get the information right if they're basing their judgments on the court decisions? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, bad information. I don't know how that comes about. Maybe through their clerks that help them with things, and I don't know. And then, I thought, the thought is that, this significant information is supposed to be reviewed itself by the judge, but I don't know how that process works. It looks like, starting on page 40, you got the dissenting judges that speak. And I think that's how this document's kind of divided up. It first talks about the ones that want to talk about, throwing out the confession. So this is the Wood, Robner, and Williams.
So do you want to move there?
It's okay with me. It's okay. I mean, we skipped about 20 pages. I mean, it's a 70-page document.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine with me. Absolutely.
Okay. Right before that, on 39, there's a conclusion. Should we read that?
Yeah.
Given the state court's reasonable findings of fact and the absence of established Supreme Court precedent that compels relief for Dassey, the district court's grant of habeas relief is reversed. The case is remanded to the district court with instructions to dismiss the petition. Wood, Chief Judge, and Robner and Williams, circuit judges, dissenting. Psychological coercion, questions to which the police furnish the answer, and ghoulish games of 20 questions in which Brendan Dassey guessed over and over again before the correct story, for example, the one the police wanted, led to the quote-unquote confession that furnished the only serious evidence supporting his murder conviction in the Wisconsin court. Okay, so this is a dissenting. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just figuring that out. Turning a blind eye to these glaring, the En Banc majority has decided to deny Brendan Dassey's petition writ of habeas corpus. They justify this travesty of justice as something compelled by the Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act, EDPA, If the writ, as limited by EDPA, were nothing more than a dead letter, perhaps they would be correct. But it is not. Instead, as the Supreme Court wrote in Harrington v. Richter, the writ of habeas corpus stands as a safeguard against imprisonment of those held in violation of the law. It is, the court went on to say, a guard against extreme malfunctions in the state criminal justice. As the district court and the panel majority recognized, we had before us just such an extreme malfunction. Dassey, at the relevant time, was 16 years old and had an IQ in the low 80s. His confession was coerced, and thus it should not have been admitted into evidence. And even if we were to overlook the coercion, the confession is so riddled input from the police that its use violates due process. Dassey will spend the rest of his life in prison because of the injustice this court has decided to leave unredressed. I respectfully dissent. As the Wisconsin Court of Appeals correctly noted, the question whether a confession is voluntary, for example, not coerced, is assessed in light of the totality of the circumstances. The age, the sophistication of the person being questioned are critical factors. When the suspect is a minor, courts must review the confession and record with quote-unquote special care. Courts also must take the suspect's intellectual capacity into account. Dassey, as the majority concedes, was a mentally limited 16-year-old. It was thus incumbent on the state courts to evaluate his quote-unquote confession in light of those traits. The Wisconsin courts failed to take this essential step. When asked at oral argument where one might find evidence that the state appellate court took the required special care, counsel for the state came up dry. All counsel could do was to point out a brief mention in the state court's opinion of Dassey's age and mental capabilities. But so what? The Supreme Court has never said or implied that the totality of the circumstances are beside the point as long as the state court simply jots down a fact without a hint about if or how that fact influenced the outcome. There is nothing quote-unquote special or even meaningful about a naked word on a page. This is fantastic. The reader has no idea whether the state court mentioned the word meaning to indicate that it found the factor irrelevant, which would have been inconsistent with the clear Supreme Court precedent listed above, or exculpatory or damning. Notably, even though the Wisconsin Court of Appeals gave a nod to the totality test, it made no mention of the special care standard for juvenile confessions. To be sure, Harrington v. Richter holds generally that federal courts may not draw any dispositive conclusions from a state court's silence. But by the same token, the state court's silence cannot be leveraged into any assurance that the court went the extra mile required by the U.S. Supreme Court and gave Dassey's age and limited mental ability particularized care. The majority's finding to the contrary has no support in the record. Worse, the majority writes off in a footnote Dassey's extreme suggestibility by casting doubt on the applicability of a formal test, Johnson, as the painstaking review of the record reflected in Judge Rovner's panel opinion reveals. Even a layperson could see readily that Dassey yielded to any suggestion the person in authority made. More generally, no court is entitled to pick and choose which evidence to consider when evaluating the totality of the circumstances. clearly established U.S. Supreme Court decision compelled the Wisconsin court to pay special attention to Dassey's age and intellectual abilities, including his high level of suggestibility. Its failure to do so is one reason why it erroneously concluded that Dassey's quote-unquote confession was not coerced. If the Wisconsin Court of Appeals had done what it should have, it could not reasonably have concluded that Dassey's confession was either voluntary or reliable, both of which are required for the use of a confession to be consistent with due process. Nevertheless, first the state and now the En Banc majority have called a sentence here and there and there and have attempted to craft a coherent confession from them. The video recording of the police interrogation of Dassey, however, tells another story, one that is diametrically opposed to the state's tidy and selective summary. Among the many red flags are the Dassey's answers to questions frequently changed at the detective's prodding. The officers laid a trail of, indeed, large signposts to the confession they sought. Whenever Dassey went off course, the investigators would shepherd him back to the desired direction, at times with the use of fatherly assurances and gestures, and frequently by questioning his honesty. On both February 27 and March 1, the detectives misleadingly conveyed to Dassey, whose ability to think abstractly was minimal, that his quote-unquote honesty was the quote only thing that will set him free, end quote. Through subsequent questioning, it became clear that quote-unquote honesty meant what the investigators wanted to hear. Dassey's age and mental limitations made him particularly susceptible to his psychologically manipulative interrogation. Many of the officers' tactics appear to be drawn from the Reed technique, which was for some time the most widely used interrogation protocol in the country. The technique heavily relies on false evidence and other forms of deceit. It follows a 9-step approach. An interrogator confronts the suspect with assertions of guilt, step 1. Then develops themes that psychologically suggest or excuse the crime, step 2. Interrupts all efforts at denial, step 3. Overcomes the suspect's factual, moral, and emotional objections, step 4. Ensures that the passive suspect does not withdraw. Step 5. Shows sympathy and understanding and urges the suspect to cooperate. Step 6. Offers a face-saving alternative, construal of the alleged guilty act. Step 7. Gets the suspect to recount the details of his or her crime. Step 8. And converts the latter statement into a full written confession. Step 9. Saul M. Kasson on the psychology of confessions. Does innocence put innocence at risk? Confessions and the social psychology of coercion. Explaining the social psychological impact of the Reed tactics. Investigators are encouraged to start by accusing the suspect while emphasizing the importance of telling the truth. They learn ways to build false sympathy with suspects, such as shifting the moral blame for the offense to another person or expressing understanding for the suspect's action. Investigators are encouraged to sit physically near the suspect, maintain soft and warm eye contact, and speak sincerely. When a suspect makes an admission implying guilt, investigators are directed to make statements of reinforcement. The technique builds in confirmation bias. The instructions assure investigators that while an innocent suspect will stay resolute in their denials, a guilty person will submit to the theme the investigator presents. Courts have long expressed concern about approaches such as the Reed technique that rely on psychological coercion. Just 4 years after the first edition of the manual was published, the Supreme Court in Miranda v. Arizona repeatedly cited and implicitly criticized the Reed approach. To be sure, this is not physical intimidation, but it is equally destructive of human dignity. Miranda commented that the court for decades had, quote, recognized that coercion can be mental as well as physical, and that the blood of the accused is not the only hallmark of an unconstitutional inquisition. Nothing in that respect has changed. The court continues regularly to hold that psychological coercion can render a confession involuntary. Following the Supreme Court's guidance, we too have repeatedly recognized that psychological coercion alone can result in an involuntary confession. United States v. Lehman, conceding that subtle psychological ploys can render a confession involuntary. Etherly v. Davis, considering possible psychological coercion as part of the totality test, while noting the need to distinguish between coercion on the one hand and encouragement to tell the truth on the other. U.S. v. Villalpando, false promise of leniency may render a statement involuntary. And in U.S. v. Dillon, a confession is voluntary if, in light of the totality of circumstances, the confession is the product of a rational intellect and free will and not the result of physical abuse, psychological intimidation, or deceptive interrogation tactics that have overcome the defendant's free will. Burns v. Reed, describing the body of due process case law, which generally proscribes the physical or psychological coercion of confession, as well established, albeit heavily fact-dependent. Outside the courtroom, our nation has long acknowledged through its international commitments that mental mistreatment can be just as bad as its physical counterpart. Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Inhuman, and Degrading Treatment or Punishment, defining torture to encompass physical and mental pain and suffering. The majority opinion downplays this reality by refusing to acknowledge anything more than mental exhaustion and false promises. But far worse than that was going on. Dassey's investigators refused to leave him alone until he gave them an quote-unquote honest answer, where honest meant the answer that the officers wanted to hear. One aspect, though by no means the only one, of the coercion was the false promise that honesty would set him free. But there was so much more. A brief review of what went on shows that these tactics fell decisively on the coercion side of the line. The majority finds some significance in the notion that the detectives' tactics were not per se coercive, but that is a red herring. These cases cannot be assessed based on one sentence or one restroom break or the comfort or lack thereof of one room. The Supreme Court has instructed that the voluntariness inquiry requires the full consideration of the compounding influence of the police techniques as applied to this suspect. Many of the factors the majority cites as evidence leaning in the favor of a finding of voluntariness: the soft interview room, offers of food and drink, normal speaking tones, viewed in the context of the types of the questions and answers the investigators were demanding, and Dassey's conceded intellectual disabilities were coercive. Psychological literature makes this clear. See Saul M. Kasson, The Psychology of Confession Evidence. Criticizing the Reid technique's maximization methods or scare tactics, such as the false evidence ploy, in addition to its minimization methods, which imply an offer of leniency, where police lull a suspect into a false sense of security by expressing sympathy, blaming an accomplice, and underplaying the gravity of the situation. See also Meisner and Rusano, discussing the coercive nature of the Reid interrogation techniques and particular concerns for minors and suspects with low intelligence. The state and majority brush aside even the possibility of psychological coercion as applied to Dassey. They claim that Dassey's March 1 confession revealed certain critical details that were corroborated by independent evidence, some of which law enforcement never publicly disclosed. I have several responses to that argument. First, it rests on the false idea that if a confession is accurate, that indicates it was not coerced. Considering under the totality test the reliability of a confession to support a conclusion that the confession was voluntary. But coercion and reliability are two different things. A confession can be coerced yet reliable, or it can be voluntary but unreliable. Yet, even if it were true that Dassey's confession revealed critical details, the confession would not be admissible in evidence if the totality of the circumstances demonstrated that it was not voluntary. Just as importantly, a closer examination of the supposedly reliable facts on which the majority relies shows that they are no such thing. Without reliable facts, there is no way to draw the Connor inference. For example, to base a finding of voluntariness on the reliability of the facts, questionable though that link might be. This justifies a look at the reliability of Dassey's confession, even if for present purposes lack of reliability is not a standalone theory. A look at how some of these key facts emerged instills no faith in either their reliability or their knowing and voluntary quality. For ease of reference, I have summarized in the following chart how the investigators extracted the critical details they were looking for from Dassey. It shows that there was nothing to ensure that Dassey was offering his own independent recollection. Instead, the officers used a combination of leading questions, coaching, and refusal to accept one of Dassey's guesses as the final answer until it matched what they wanted to hear. I'll stop there, Jack.
Okay, well, we're at the chart she said she made. I'll read for a while. Critical fact. Halbach was shot in the head. Why it is not critical. Dassey was fed this fact through a leading question after unsuccessful guessing. Hyatt was coerced. Tell us, and what else did you do? Come on, something with the head, Brendan. After guesses, cutting her hair, punching her, cutting her throat. All right, I'm just going to come out and ask you who shot her in the head. Next one. Dassey's jeans were stained with bleach. This evidence corroborates Dassey's trial testimony. Dassey testified that his jeans became stained with bleach while he helped his uncle clean up what looked like an automotive fluid spill.
Hey, Jack.
Yeah.
Travis is saying go over those and grade them.
Grade them?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this first one here, I mean, it's investigators are never supposed to reveal factual information that's not been publicized. The first
Yeah.
gunshot skull fracture they found in November. The second one they found right at the end of February. That report came in, and they found this other skull piece that had a beveling. It showed a second gunshot, and this hadn't been publicized. So why would Wiegert do this? You know, to me, he fed him a huge case back that he should have never done. I mean,
Yeah,
if we're
he's
going from
saying ABC versus what the majority did.
yeah. All right, let's continue. The RAV4's license plates were removed. Dassey was fed that fact through a leading question. And then with Howes, this license plate were taken off the car. Who did that? On February 27th, the investigator also asked, did he tell you if he did anything with the license plate?
Jeez.
Okay, critical facts and why it's not critical, and how it was coerced. We have another chart. Dassey assaulted Halbach while she was handcuffed to the bed. Why it's not critical. The physical evidence does not corroborate that fact and how it was coerced. There was no evidence of handcuffs chapping against the headboard. The handcuffs and leg irons found in Dassey's room, or Avery's room, contained no fingerprints or DNA from Dassey or Halbach.
But they did have DNA on them.
Yep, they sure did. And the
And
next
they
one,
were toys.
Yep, that's right. They were novelty items. This next one, the physical evidence found in Avery's bedroom, was not probative. How it was coerced. The plastic film found on the bed spindle was polypropylene, which, according to the state's forensic scientist, is found in garments in addition to plastic containers and rope manufacturing. Well, the bed could have been wrapped in that too for protection.
Exactly, when he bought it.
Yep. The next detail was drawn from popular media. How it was coerced. Dassey testified that he concocted this detail from Kiss the Girls, a book he read where a woman was restrained and during an assault. And then this next one, Halbach was in the back of the RAV4. The media widely publicized that Halbach's blood was found in the back of the car. That's true. How it was coerced. This fact appeared in news stories. Next section here, the RAV4's battery cables were disconnected. Why it's not critical. Dassey was fed that fact. Avery went under the RAV4 hood through a leading question after he unsuccessfully guessed. And how it was coerced. Okay, what else did he do? He did something else. You need to tell us what he did after that car is parked there. It's extremely important. Before you guys leave that car. After Dassey responded that Avery had left the gun in the car, that's not what I'm thinking about. He did something to that car. He took the plates, and I believe he did something else in that car. Dassey, I don't know. Cops, okay, did he go and look at the engine? Did he raise the hood at all or anything like that? Next section. Halbach was shot in the garage. Well, it's not critical. In addition to being fed that she was shot, Dassey was fed that she was shot in the garage after initially denying she was ever there. Or, ever in there. I was coerced. Was she ever in the garage? Brenda says no. Investigators lead him saying, again, we know that something happened in that garage. and in that car. We know that. You need to tell us about this so we know you're telling us the truth. Shortly after, they ask, tell us where she was shot. Brendan, in the head. No, I mean, where was she shot? Where in the garage? After Dassey answered that she was shot in the truck and not in the garage floor. Come on now, where was she shot? Be honest here. The truth. In the garage?
Just unreal.
Yeah, when you read them
Unreal.
bare bones like this, it really is.
How do those judges rule against this? It's just unreal.
Halbach's remains were burned in the burn pit, or bonfire pit. Well, that's not critical. Fed fact and media reports. I was coerced. February 27th, investigators said, I found it quite difficult to believe that there was a body in that fire. Brendan, that you wouldn't have seen something like that, a hand or a foot or a head, hair, something. Media had reported her remains were found there. Next one. Dassey resisted the suggestion that Halbach had a tattoo. Dassey's response seems to suggest Dassey seems to accept the suggestion that she had a tattoo. I was coerced. We know that Teresa had a tattoo on her stomach. You remember that? Shake said no. Do you disagree with me when I say that? No, but I don't know where it was. Fassbender used that as his trick question. It's such bullshit.
Yeah, he's saying he doesn't disagree with them.
Right.
That was his big thing. The what do they call it? What did Eric Kozak call that?
The test question, I think, or something like that.
Yeah. So misinterpreted.
He had a T-shirt made out of that.
Yeah. The control question.
Control question. Yeah. The majority concedes that EDPA does not require nearly identical factual patterns to find that a decision involved an unreasonable application of law. Pannell v. Quartermain, but in that essence, what the majority has demanded in arguing that even non-EDPA cases have found confessions voluntary under similar circumstances. The majority cites two decisions, but as it concedes, Fair v. Michaels is critically different. Michael C. was of average intelligence and had many prior interactions with the criminal justice system, while Bolden v. Holdman may superficially appear to be more similar to Dassey's case. It is of dubious relevance given the fact that it was decided, along with Michael C., decades before the Supreme Court instructed lower courts to recognize the unique psychological vulnerabilities of youth stemming from their incomplete neurological development. See Graham v. Florida. The Wisconsin Court of Appeals failed to reasonably to apply any meaningful way to at least three principles that the Supreme Court has clearly established. 1. Special care for the juvenile confessions. 2. Consideration of the totality of the circumstances, and most importantly, 3. Prohibition of the psychologically coercive tactics. This led to the kind of extreme malfunction in the education of Dassey's case for which Section 2254D1 provides a remedy. By turning a blind eye to these problems, the majority has essentially read habeas corpus relief out of the books.
Wow.
2. There's a second independent reason why the district court correctly granted Dassey's habeas corpus petition, and our original panel was correct to uphold that ruling. The Wisconsin Court of Appeals made unreasonable factual determinations. See Broomfield v. Kane. Granting habeas corpus relief under Section 2254 D2 without needing to reach petitioner's Section D1 argument, the district court, whose factual assessments deserve some deference from us, found that the Wisconsin Court of Appeals erroneously concluded that investigators made no promises of leniency. They sure as hell did. According to the district court, though, no statement in particular rendered the confession involuntary. The cumulative effect of investigators' tactics overboard Dassey's free will. The majority dismisses this concern because there was no specific promise of lenience. But as the district court concluded, when examining the totality of the circumstances, it is clear that Dassey was guessing at what he thought the investigators wanted to hear so that he could leave. Dassey was reassured across 2 days of interviews that being honest would allow him to go free. Although an adult of average intelligence might recognize the biblical allusion, average intelligence might recognize the biblical allusion. See John 8:32, you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. Dassey was not an adult and not of average intelligence. Instead, he was a mentally limited teenager who did not understand abstractions. Playing their quote-unquote 20 questions game, the officers forced Dassey to try out different answers until he stumbled upon the answer they wanted, defined by them as the answer that was sufficiently truthful. And what was Dassey's response after all this? He asked if he was free to go back to school to turn in a project that was due. And when he was told that he could not, he indicated he thought that he would be in jail for just 1 day. No more conclusive evidence of his literalism and his lack of understanding is needed. And she's exactly right. By finding no promises of lenience were made and that the confession was voluntary, Wisconsin Court of Appeals made an unreasonable determination of fact in light of the clear and convincing weight of the evidence. 3. Under AEDPA, the role of the federal courts is reviewing Dassey's petition for habeas relief is quite limited. But AEDPA does not paralyze us in the face of clear constitutional violation. The Due Process Clause and the right against self-incrimination demand that in order to be admissible in evidence, a suspect's confession must be voluntary. Dassey's was not, because the detectives used coercive investigation tactics on an intellectually disabled juvenile. Dassey's will was overborne during his March 1st interrogation. Without this involuntary and highly unreliable confession, the case against Dassey was almost non-existent. This court should be granting his petition for a writ of habeas corpus and giving the state an opportunity to retry him, if it so desires. I respectfully dissent. Rhonda, did you want to read some more? I stepped away. Alice or Cherie? Okay, I'll keep on. Rovner.
I could read some, Jack. I'm on my tablet, so I'm having to flick between the two Discord and YouTube. So, because I'll just be reading it off the screen.
I'll try to keep up with you.
Okay, so so Rovner. Where are we? Rovner Circuit Judge and Wood Chief Judge and Williams Circuit Judge dissenting. I continue to believe, as I explained in the panel opinion, and the Chief Judge Wood's dissent. So persuasively argues that the state court failed to fulfill the Supreme Court's mandate to review juvenile confessions with special care and unreasonably held that Dassey's confession was voluntary. And for all of those reasons upon which Chief Judge Wood has expounded, and those set forth in the original panel opinion in Dassey v. Ditterman, En Banc Grand Opinion vacated August 4th, 2017, I too respectfully dissent. I write separately simply to point out the chasm between how courts have historically understood the nature of coercion and confessions and what we now know about coercion with the advent of DNA profiling and current social science research. Although I write in the hope of encouraging courts to update their understandings of the factual nature of coercion, my conclusion about the proper outcome of Dassey's habeas petition does not depend on any change in law. Current Supreme Court precedent requires that a court view the totality of the circumstances of any interrogation and to take special care when evaluating the confessions of juveniles. To comply with the command of the Supreme Court, therefore, a court must include within its evaluation of the totality of the circumstances the impact of the coercive interrogation techniques upon the particular vulnerabilities of the individual subject to those techniques. The state court did not do so in considering Dassey's appeal for this reason. Dassey's conviction cannot stand. Unfortunately, 4 members of the 7-member En Banc panel of this court do not agree, a decision that I believe has worked a profound injustice nevertheless. I hope to convince my colleagues throughout. The courts that reform of our understanding of coercion is long overdue. When conducting a totality of the circumstances reviews, most courts' evaluations of coercions still are based largely on outdated ideas about human psychology and rational decision-making. It is time to bring our understanding of coercion into the 21st century. Half a century ago, the Supreme Court held that police misrepresentations during interrogations, although relevant to a totality of the circumstances inquiry, were not in and of themselves sufficient to render an otherwise voluntary confession inadmissible, Fraser v. Cupp. In other words, police may deceive, trick, conceal, imply, and mislead in any number of ways, provided that under a totality of circumstances evaluation, they do not destroy a suspect's ability to make a rational choice. CID finding an interrogator's lie that a fellow suspect had confessed insufficient to make an otherwise voluntary confession inadmissible. Procurner versus actually determining that it was not per se coercive for police to send in a cooperating insurance agent to deceive the defendant into confessing to obtain insurance payments for his children. See also United States v. Villalpando. Trickery, deceit, even impersonation do not render a confession inadmissible. United States versus Rutledge. Noting that the law permits the police to pursue and cajole, conceal material facts, and actively mislead, all up to limits. These cases, however, were born in an era when the human intuition that told us that innocent people do not confess to crimes was still largely unchecked. This belief is rooted in the mind's tendency to assume that the statements made to a police officer that are against one's self-interest can be trusted, or, to put it simply, the thought that most of us have that, quote, I would never confess to a crime I did not commit, unquote. Peer-reviewed studies confirm that jurors tend to have hard to dislodge beliefs that a suspect who is innocent could not be manipulated into confessing. And there's a footnote. This is footnote 2.
I think they're just citing books
Yeah,
about
it's
that
just
stuff.
citing. Yeah, it's just citing stuff. And, in fact, this false notion is precisely what the state implored the jurors in Dassey's trial to believe, arguing in closing that, quote, people who are innocent don't confess, unquote. We know, however, that this statement is unequivocally incorrect. Innocent people do in fact confess, and they do so with shocking regularity. As of June 7th, 2016, the National Register of Exonerations had collected data on 1,810 exonerations in the United States since 1989. That numbers are, as of December 4th, 2017, is 2,132. And that data includes 227 cases of innocent people who falsely confessed. This research indicates that false confessions, defined as cases in which indisputable innocent individuals confess to crimes they did not commit, occur approximately 25% of homicide cases. In a world where we believe that, quote, innocent people do not confess to crimes they did not commit, unquote, we were willing to tolerate a significant amount of deception by the police under this rebuke. The thinking when the innocent person, or at least the vast majority of healthy, sane, innocent adults of average intelligence, would not confess even in response to deception or cajoling. And so our case law developed in a factual framework in which we presumed that the trickery and deceit used by the police officers would have little effect on the innocent. If it is true that except in extreme cases, innocent people do not confess, what difference does it make if detectives Fassbender and Weigert made false assurances and used deception in interrogating Dassey? So, what if they gave general assurances of leniency, using leading questions, fed Dassey information, lied about how much information they had told Dassey that they were on his side, implored him that, quote, honesty is the only thing that will set you free, unquote, suggested answers, and even went so far as to tell a confused and floundering Dassey that Teresa had been shot in the head. Quote, Dassey was not subject to physical coercion or any sort of threats at all, unquote, the majority tells us. And given the history of coercive interrogation techniques from which modern constitutional standards for confessions emerge, this is important. Anti-Act 2017. But what do we do when the facts that supported our quote, modern constitutional standards, unquote, come from a 50-year-old understanding of human behaviour. And when what we once thought we knew about the psychology of confessions, we now know not to be true. Our long-held idea that innocent people do not confess to crimes has been upended by advances in DNA profiling. We know now that in approximately 25% of homicide cases in which convicted persons have later been unequivocally exonerated by DNA evidence, the suspect falsely confessed to committing the crime. The majority points out that the number of known false confessions is low compared to the total number of guilty pleas to violent felonies. This comparison is inappropriate for two reasons. First, the number of guilty pleas is the wrong denominator. Defendants plead guilty in all manner of situations, not only after interrogations by the police. As was the case with Dassey, many defendants, for example, accept a plea after carefully weighing their options with a lawyer without ever having been subjected to a coercive interrogation. The only type of confession with which we are concerned in this case. Moreover, and more importantly, in the numerator, the statistics for false confessions include only those who have been exonerated based on some form of objective evidence, DNA, impossibility, the confession of another, etc. The universe of people who falsely confess is undoubtedly larger than the subset of people who have confessed and then been fortunate enough to have been exonerated by objective, irrefutable evidence. But most importantly, as the majority concedes, even one coerced false confession is, quote unquote, very troubling. Indeed, any coerced false confession is an affront to due process and cannot stand. Certainly, human intuition makes it almost inconceivable to imagine that someone might falsely confess to murder of one's own child. Yet in October 2004, Kevin Fox of Wilmington, Illinois, did just that. He confessed to sexually assaulting his daughter, placing duct tape over her mouth, drowning her in the river, and then going home to sleep. His confession was detailed and included accounts of her moving and kicking in the water and struggling to remove the duct tape as she drowned. He quickly rescinded his confession, but spent 8 months in prison until DNA testing ruled him out as a suspect, and the state of Illinois dropped the charges. See generally Fox v. Hayes. Not only did the DNA alone exclude him as a suspect, but for any who had remaining doubts, the conviction of another man 6 years later made it unequivocally certain that his confession had been false. In 2010, Scott Eby, who was in prison for raping a relative, confessed to the murder. At the time of the murder, he had been living not far from the Fox home. While drunk and high on cocaine, Eby decided to rob some houses, and when he happened upon a sleeping 3-year-old Riley Fox, he abducted her, sexually assaulted her, and then drowned her to cover his crime. His DNA matched that found on the duct tape used to bind Riley. A pair of boots which had been found at the scene, photographed.
Oops, sorry.
Keep going up. Yep, that's it. And then ignored for years, had the name Eby written on the tongue. 5 decades ago, when the Supreme Court issued its opinion allowing interrogator deception, there was no DNA evidence that could demonstrate with such clarity that innocent people were confessing to crimes they had not committed at a surprising rate, and therefore only a limited body of psychological science explaining why this happens. Even now, despite the overwhelming evidence regarding the coercive nature of constitutionally permissible interrogation techniques, we have not changed our understanding of how to view the facts surrounding coercion when evaluating the totality of the circumstances, yet we now have a robust and growing body of rigorous, peer-reviewed, legal and psychological research demonstrating how current interrogation tactics influence people, and particularly juveniles and intellectually impaired people, to act against their own self-interest in such a seemingly irrational manner. Some of the factors that include false confessions are internal. Studies have demonstrated that personal characteristics such as youth, mental illness, cognitive disabilities, suggestibility, and a desire to please others may induce false confessions. A survey of false confession cases from 1989 through to 2012 found that although only 8% of adult exonerees with no known mental disabilities falsely confessed to crimes, in the population of exonerees who were younger than 18 at the time of the crime, 42% of exonerated defendants confessed to crimes they had not committed, as did 75% of exonerees who were mentally ill or mentally disabled. Overall, 1/6 of exonerees were juveniles, mentally disabled, or both, but they accounted for 59% of false confessions. Indeed, youth and intellectual disabilities are the two most commonly cited characteristics of suspects who confess falsely. Dassey suffered under the weight of both characteristics. In addition to the factors specific to the suspect, some of the factors that induce false confessions are externally imposed. These include isolation, long interrogation periods, repeated accusations, deception, presenting fabricated evidence, implicate explicit threats of punishment or promises of leniency, and minimization or maximization of the moral seriousness of the legal consequences of the offence. Quote unquote maximization describes the technique whereby the interrogator exaggerates the strength of the evidence and the magnitude of the charges. Dassey's interrogation employed maximization by constantly reminding Dassey, "We already know everything." Minimization describes tactics that are designed to lull a suspect into believing that the magnitude of the charges and the seriousness of the offence will be downplayed or lessened if he confesses. Studies demonstrate that minimization causes suspects to infer leniency to the same extent as if explicit promise had been made, increasing not only the rates of true confessions from 46% to 81% in one experiment, but also the rate of false confessions from 6% to 18%. Although a court must exclude a confession obtained by direct promise of leniency, see United States v. Villapando, the research demonstrates that minimization techniques are the functional equivalent in their impact on suspects. The investigators in this case employed classic minimization techniques by repeatedly telling Dassey that it was not his fault that he committed the crime because his uncle Stephen Avery had made him do it. Chief Judge Wood points out in her dissent, interrogators in this case, as in most police forces in the United States, used the Reid technique to obtain Dassey's confession. This technique involves isolation, confrontation, maximization, and minimization, the psychological strong-arm tactics that are known to produce coerced confessions even in adults of average intelligence. Dassey's interrogation thus combined a perfect storm of these internal and external elements. He was young, of low intellect, manipulable, without a friendly adult, and faced repeated accusations, deception, fabricated evidence, implicating and explicit promises of leniency, police officers disingenuously assuming the role of father figure, and assurances that it was not his fault. For many years, the Reid technique has been criticised by scholars and experts of increasing the rate of false confessions. As far back as Miranda, the Supreme Court warned, I didn't notice there was a footnote there.
It's a pretty big footnote if you want to read. I'll go
Yeah.
back up.
Okay. The majority has reservations about the use of the Gud-Johnson suggestibility scale, and thus states that it can make no conclusions from the disputed expert testimony about the results. Whatever one might make of the Gud-Johnson suggestibility scale, the interrogation speaks for itself. Dassey is almost frantic in his desire to find the story the investigators seek. For example, in response to the question about what happened to Teresa's head, Dassey guessed at every possible injury or injustice to the head, hitting, punching, throat cutting, hair cutting, hoping to please the officers until, in frustration, they finally informed him that Teresa had been shot in the head. In response to pressure from the investigators, he changes the locale of the crime from the house to the garage, the colour of Teresa's clothes, the location of the knife. Teresa was standing on the porch after school. Whether Avery went under the hood of Hallback's car when the fire occurred, and whether he cut her hair. Even under the state's theory of the case, the naive Dassey, who had never been in trouble with the law and had never had a sexual experience with a woman, was readily manipulated by his uncle into participating in a repulsive and heinous crime. One does not need the Gud-Johnson suggestibility scale to conclude, under either party's theory of the case, that Dassey was highly suggestible and manipulable.
I'll go back up so you can read the last sentence and then we'll go down.
Okay. As far back as Miranda, the Supreme Court warned that even without employing brutality, the third degree used in the Reid technique extracts a heavy toll on individual liberty and trades on the weakness of individuals, and, quote, may even give rise to a false confession, unquote. Miranda v. Arizona. Recently, Wicklander Zalewski and Associate, one of the nation's largest police consulting firms, said it will stop training detectives in the method it has taught since 1984, stating that it, quote, is not an effective way to get truthful information, unquote. After a spat of high-profile false confessions cases in the 1980s, Great Britain transitioned from an accusatorial, say that again, accusatorial and coercive read-like approach to an investigative model of interviewing which prohibits deception, coercion, and minimization. Yes, that's true, they did, but that didn't work because they done exactly that to Luke in 2003. So they say that they got rid of it, but the cops still use it in certain ways.
Yep.
So, meta-analysis of 12 different laboratory experiments indicate that the accusatorial approach increased both true and false rates of confessions, while the information gathering approach increased the rate of true confessions without also increasing false confessions. No reasonable state court, knowing what we know now about coercive interrogation techniques and viewing Dassey's interrogation in light of his age, intellectual deficits, and manipulability, Dassey's confession was voluntary given. Although it is my hope that our courts will, when evaluating the totality of the circumstances, engage with the more current understanding of coercion. And as I noted at the start, Dassey does not need a change in our existing Supreme Court precedent or any existing law to prevail on his habeas petition. What has changed is not the law, but our understanding of the facts that illuminate what constitutes coercion under the law. Moreover, even under our current anachronistic understanding of coercion, Dassey's confession was so obviously, transparently, coercively obtained that it is unreasonable to have found otherwise. Dassey, however, need not rely on this finding either. Existing Supreme Court precedent allows the significantly deceptive and manipulative interrogation techniques, but those techniques must then be evaluated in a totality of the circumstances analysis for what they are. The requirement that confessions must be voluntary is a principle at the heart of our legal system. Although psychological and physical torture and coercion are commonplace in some countries as a means of obtaining quote-unquote confessions, our system of justice rejects the notion that convictions can be obtained through such abuse. We refuse to accept such conduct as a means of obtaining information, not only because it impacts the veracity of the confession, but because it is conducted that we as human beings cannot tolerate. Oh, move to a wee bit, Jack. From our government in a case such as this one, where investigators are faced with a crime of horrific brutality and the loss of a treasured life. The impulse to coerce a confession from a suspect may be particularly strong. As judges, we are entrusted with the responsibility to protect against such abusive actions and uphold those principles that our Constitution protects, even in the darkest of times. What occurred here was an interrogation of an intellectually impaired juvenile. Dassey was subjected to a myriad of psychologically coercive techniques, but the state court did not review his interrogation with the special care required by the same Supreme Court precedent. His confession was not voluntary, and his conviction should not stand. And yet, an impaired teenager has been sentenced to life in prison, I view this as a profound miscarriage of justice. I respectfully dissent.
And that's the end. I think that spells it out quite nicely.
It's just so frustrating that the other judges can't see this, you know.
Yeah.
Well, I think they, as I said earlier, I think they knew the political impact, probably the criminal impact, and did what they did.
No care.
Chose
No.
not to
No
see
care
it,
for justice.
in my opinion.
What'd you
Well,
say, Cherie?
yeah, what'd you say, Sheree?
I said the same thing I said earlier, really. They chose not to see it, in my opinion. You know, it's not that they couldn't, they didn't want to.
Yeah.
In my,
Yeah.
just my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. It was a pretty rough read. I mean, we didn't
Yeah.
read all of the dissenting judges, or I don't know what you call them, the ones that threw it out. We didn't read all of their opinions, but they did. I have read it, and they did cherry pick a lot.
Yeah.
And then other parts they just completely left out. So
Yep.
they basically cobbled together what they wanted to read, and that's it. You stay in jail. I think it's a horrible miscarriage of justice of what they did. It's an embarrassment to me.
I agree.
I don't live in Wisconsin, but this is a major case, you know, with how we treat our youth and how they're handled in an interrogation. It's horrible.
Yeah.
Poor
I mean,
Brandon. Poor
yeah.
Brandon. Oh my
I
God.
mean, we say that Luke is our shame, you know, it's Scotland's shame because it's a serious miscarriage of justice. Well, Brendan is Wisconsin's shame because of what they done to that laddie, the way they went about it and everything like that, and then getting life in prison for something that you didn't do and not being available for parole until 2048 when you're in your 50s. You know what I mean? It's disgusting. It is absolutely disgusting. And like I says, yeah, we were supposed to have got rid of the read technique in the 80s here in the UK. But I'm telling you now, I mean, the parts say Luke's interrogation tapes that you heard on the documentary and things like that, and the wee bits that Sandra's been able to put in her books, you can clearly see that that's what they're trying to do. They've done exactly the same, you know. No, look, you're not telling us the truth, you know. We've been told that you're a violent laddie, you know.
Right.
And that's it wasn't true. Same as they tell them that you know, with they tell them that they had evidence of this and they had spoke to this person and this person and this person, which wasn't true, you know. And that's exactly what they done to Brendan. I mean, one of the worst things that I think they done to Brendan was when Uyghur and Fassbender was telling him to tell his mum, you know, well, you know, are you going to call your mum, Brendan? Because I
that
think
was
she'd rather hear it coming for you than coming for us. Because if you don't tell her, then we're going to have to tell her. And then what did he do? As soon as he went back to his cell, he phoned his mum. And then they
that was
used that against him and
They're
said,
just
see,
horrible human beings.
the
yeah,
They're
May
just horrible human beings.
that was the May 13th coercion session when they
yeah,
were leaving the room. I mean, that May 13th.
They all know exactly what they've done.
Sure
Yeah.
they do. If anyone watches that May 13th coercion session without his lawyer, I mean, that case should have been halted right there. That
yeah.
Kaczynski would do that, and he should have had his bar card yanked forever. You don't ever get to deal with the public again.
Yeah.
He gets four. I think he lost his card for 4 months and got fined, and that's it.
Then
He
becomes
ended
a
up
judge.
becoming a judge, did he know?
Yeah, yeah.
Traffic
he's some
court
kind,
or something, but
yeah, it's very minor.
anyway.
He can't. he can't really legally do what he did to Brendan again, or what
No,
was done
because
to
he's in
Brendan.
the book.
Hey,
You
we're going on 5 hours here, Jack.
Yeah, we need to get out of here. Hey,
Wrap this sucker up.
4 hours and 48 minutes. I'm quite hungry myself, there, sister.
Yeah, and it's 4 o'clock in the morning for me.
Oh, finally, you made it to
Ay.
almost your bedtime.
What a trooper.
Hey, we've kept you up to 5 a.m. before.
Yes, you certainly have. Yes.
I did want to quote one thing here that Travis said up here. He said the majority are the four. They did cobble, and what they cobbled, they got completely wrong. And he's correct.
It sure did.
All right.
Bastards.
Mm-hmm. All righty. Just a second. Okay. I want to thank everyone for hanging around as long as we have. This was rough. I knew it'd be rough, and but again, for Brendan, I think we have to keep his case, no matter what. Don't know if it'll ever get anything forward, but I hope it does. The kid needs. Well, he's a man now. He needs to be set free. They need to correct what they've done. That's my opinion. I've got children his age, and I think it bothers everybody. I don't know how anyone that really knows this can't bother them. And it will be interesting to see. It's supposed to be episode 9 about Brendan of convicting a murderer. It'll be interesting to see what they present.
Yeah. It's the fact that they're doing it on his birthday, though, Jack. You know what I mean?
Yep.
That is sick in the head. You know what I mean? As if that laddie's not been through enough. And then they go and do that on his birthday.
Yep.
You know? That just shows you the whole attitude. The whole conflicting. You know what I mean? And just for you, Travis, they're all fat bastards.
There you go. All righty, I'm going to get us out of here and go get something to eat and all that.
Good night, everybody. Or good day.
Yeah, good night and good day. Yeah.
Good day.
Yeah, we appreciate everyone coming and hanging with us this long to go through Brendan's En Banc stuff. And for next time, I don't know what we'll do. Maybe have Travis back on, or we'll do something else. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Anyway, I'm going to say this has been a Foul Play production.